Hey everybody, this is your host and co-chair, John Knox. Welcome back to Passion Talks 2020, Vocation and Virtue. We are really excited for this second session together. It's the Theology and Technology session. I'm joined by our speakers and our session chair. I want to introduce her really quickly. Her name is Joy Chiew. Now, Joy and I have the privilege of partnering together, working in the Silicon Valley to get people from around the world to allthingsnew.tech, a podcast exploring the intersection of theology and technology. She's the director of content there, and I help with the partnerships of getting people engaged with some of the great conversation. She can tell you more about it and introduce the session to you now. And it's just glad for everybody, I think, to be connected, and it's fun to have friends that are caring about the same thing. So Joy, thanks for taking out time from All Things New to stop by with us.
Great. Thanks, John, for the introduction. I will pull up my slides here. Oh, share my screen. Oh, sorry, there we go. Excellent. Thanks, John, again for the introduction, and everyone for joining us today at Passion Talks. It's been a really great conference so far, and I really look forward to what's coming up. So thanks again to everyone. As John mentioned, my name is Joy Chiew. Just a little bit about me. As he mentioned, I'm the director of content at allthingsnew.tech. My background is actually in biology. I used to be a researcher, and then after I left grad school, I actually embarked on a new technology career. So now I work in health tech communications. I'm really excited to be leading this afternoon session on the theology of technology. And as John mentioned, I'm honored to partner with Passion Talks on behalf of allthingsnew.tech, a Bay Area-based blog and podcast exploring how Christians can think about creating technology and impacting the industry and the world in a biblical way. So particularly in this difficult season with COVID-19 and racial injustice, this session is intended to highlight an important fact about technology. Technology is not only the sum of technical components, but is also a product of human beliefs, values, and biases. So for Christians in tech, thinking deeply about how faith is connected with technology is as essential as developing the technologies themselves. This is something I've really gradually realized in my technology career, and I'm really excited that the diverse speakers in my session will be communicating that message in various ways. Today, I have the pleasure of hosting 5 technology leaders from academia, industry, and the nonprofit sector. The session will be divided into 2 larger themes. The first will be asking, how does faith inform the way we create and use technology? And the second will center around ways that technology can promote diversity and inclusion. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Derek Schuurman. Derek worked as an electrical engineer and later completed a PhD at McMaster University in the area of robotics and computer vision. He has taught computer science at Dordt University and Redeemer University College, and is now professor of computer science at Calvin University, where he teaches a course on perspectives in computing. He is a fellow of the American Scientific Affiliation and writes about issues relating to faith and technology. He is also the author of the book, Shaping a Digital World in Culture and Technology in Computer Technology, which is published by University Press. So with that, without further ado, please welcome Derek Schuurman as our first speaker.
Thank you, Joy. I'm just going to share my screen as well here.
Yep.
Okay, welcome. My talk is titled Connecting Bytes and Beliefs. Technology has been a common theme in my life. Starting in my youth, I developed a fascination with the world of electronics. The passion began early, building crystal radios and electronics, and experimenting with ham radio and delighting in the world of the early personal computer. Now, my first computer was a Timex Sinclair ZX81, pictured here. It came with 1 kilobyte of memory, used a television for a video display, and an audio cassette recorder to store and retrieve programs. My interest in technology drew me to study at a large engineering school. And after graduating with a degree in electrical engineering, I felt confident I could tackle whatever technical challenges would come my way. And I began working at a small high-tech company as an engineer in Waterloo, Ontario. Gradually, the novelty of the engineering work began to wane. And I recall sitting in a cubicle farm wondering what impact my day-to-day work actually had for the kingdom of God. I was educated in electrical engineering, which is to say that I was not well educated in anything else. It became apparent to me that my excellent technical training had lacked in providing me with a context and meaning for my work. Beyond witnessing to fellow employees in the lunchroom or sharing my faith with customers as opportunity may allow, what relevance did my faith have in how I viewed my technical work? What do circuits have to do with salvation? What do bytes have to do with beliefs? Now, this is not a new question. The early church father, Tertullian, once posed the question, what does Athens have to do with Jerusalem? And what he meant by this was this: what does Athens, a city that represented culture, have to do with Jerusalem, which represented faith? And today we could very well ask, what does Silicon Valley have to do with Jerusalem? Although it's easy to say that faith informs all of life, that becomes little more than a platitude without really having a more detailed understanding of just what that means. Now, most Christians recognize that the Bible needs to be our starting place. But what do the ancient scriptures have to say about modern technology? The word computer or coding or engineer cannot be found in a Bible dictionary. The scriptures are to be a lamp unto our feet. But how do we use scripture to light our way when we're traveling along completely new paths? Over the years, I gradually observed 3 general approaches to applying scripture to the world of technology. The first approach is called biblicism and dualism. And it's an approach that divides life into the secular and sacred domains and asserts that the Bible deals only with spiritual matters and therefore has nothing to offer on other matters like technology. According to this approach, the approach of dualism, the way to integrate faith and engineering is to build products in support of churches or missionaries, or to use your engineering salary to donate to missions. To be sure, these are important things, but this approach does not recognize any relevance between faith and the world of technology itself. A second approach is one that attempts to fit certain verses without regard for the biblical context by treating the Bible like a technology handbook. For example, it's been suggested that Isaiah 31 verse 5 anticipates airplanes, and Job 10 verse 20 predicts radio. While this approach is based on a high regard for Scripture, it mistakes the Bible for an academic textbook rather than God's salvation story. It stretches verses out of shape to make them refer to things they cannot be what they meant in their original context. Don't get me wrong. I found all of these approaches among sincere Christians who were genuinely wrestling with connecting their faith to their discipline, as I was, but I found each of them unsatisfying. A career change from industry to teaching at a Christian college provided me with a unique opportunity to further engage the question of faith and technology. I discovered an approach that made sense to me, one that combined a high regard for Scripture along with a thoughtful hermeneutic, one that avoided the pitfalls of both dualism and biblicism, and yet takes the Bible message seriously for all of life. The philosopher Alistair MacIntyre once wrote that we cannot answer the question, "What ought I to do?" unless we first answer the question, "Of what story am I a part?" And this is where it starts for Christians too. We live within the grand biblical narrative, and each of us has our own individual narratives, which are nested within this story. The big sweep of the story of Scripture shapes a Christian worldview, informed by the biblical themes of creation, fall, redemption, and restoration. The creation story tells us about animals and plants and stars, and includes all the things that God has ordained to be, and that includes technology. In the creation story, humans are given a responsibility to cultivate and keep the earth, to unfold the latent potential in creation. Moreover, God created human beings in his image, something that has many implications, including for our views on AI and all the ways that people are distinct from machines. Somewhere near the beginning, the biblical story tells us that the human family fell into sin, and all creation fell under a curse. In the words of Romans 8, the whole creation has been groaning. The fall also impacts our technology, which can be directed either in obedience to God or towards more disobedient uses. Sin also drives humans to seek autonomy apart from God, like in the story of the Tower of Babel. Technology can become an idol that we trust to solve all our problems. Some are even looking to technology for a solution to the problem of death. But Christ's work of redemption is where Christians must place their hope. Colossians 1 tells us that Christ's redemption involves all things, a cosmic salvage operation that involves not only human hearts, but every square inch of creation. In 2 Corinthians 5, God calls us to participate in his redeeming work as agents of reconciliation. Theologian Gordon Spikeman once wrote, "Nothing matters but the kingdom, but because of the kingdom, everything matters." And this includes the realm of technology, which has significant social, cultural, political, justice, and faith implications. Like a transmission that connects an engine to the wheels, the biblical story informs a Christian worldview, which connects the light of Scripture to cultural areas like technology, where the rubber hits the road. As part of creation, technology can, in principle, be directed in God-honoring ways, despite the possibility for sinful distortions. Such efforts require being sensitive to creational laws, norms, and limits, and unfolding technology in the service of life, love for neighbor, and the flourishing of all creation. Our lives are always animated by some kind of story. It will either be the biblical narrative, or else it will be informed by some other competing narrative. The biblical story begins with a garden, but ends with a city. In Revelation 21, we read how the glory and honor of the nations will be brought into it. The new heavens and earth will be a place full of cultural and technical artifacts that are renewed and restored and put in service of the Lord. In fact, I would not be surprised and would speculate that we will find computers in the new heaven and the new earth, because the biblical story tells us that God cares about our cultural work too. In the meantime, as we wait for Christ to return, we're called to go into the world and make some imperfect models of the perfect world to come. And this includes developing responsible technology, technology which brings glory to God, shows love for neighbor, and helps care for the earth and all of its creatures. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Derek, for tying the biblical story with technology. That was really insightful. So now I'm going to turn it to John for a short Q&A session, if there are any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joy. And thank you, Derek. I'm so grateful that you're going first because you're helping us lay the foundation for the theology of technology. I am curious, and our listeners are curious, if you've read From the Garden to the City by John Dyer, and if you have any thoughts about his understanding of some of the concepts that you're sharing.
Yeah, John and I know each other, and we've met each other at different times. And I really enjoy his book. He has an excellent book, From the Garden to the City. I think takes a similar approach, looking at the biblical story as informing our work in technology. And I really appreciate the things that John has to say on that subject as well. And I think there's overlap between his book and my book, Shaping a Digital World, based on that understanding of the biblical story. So yes, that's another excellent resource for Christians working in technology.
Excellent. Then that second question actually feeds in perfectly to what you mentioned. So your book, can you tell us more about what the vision is for what you hope it to do in its impact on the church, on the world, on people?
Yeah, I mean, as Christians, we sort of cast our bread on the waters and we hope that God sort of multiplies things. The original intention of the book was to be a resource for capstone courses at Christian colleges in computer science. So when I taught computer science for years, I would teach these capstone courses, which bring all the threads together in a Christian college liberal arts education, looking at computing from a philosophical, theological, social, kind of all the different aspects that come into play when we're creating technical artifacts. And the book was intended to be a resource for teaching that kind of course. But my hope is that practicing engineers and computer scientists will also find this idea of living within the biblical story helpful in their own work as a way of connecting the dots. And in a sense, I wish I could have given that book to the younger version of me sitting in the cubicle farm who had received no formal training in connecting the dots between my faith and my work as an engineer. So that's the hope. And the book has a preface where I basically say that, this was born out of my own struggle with understanding what it means to have a life that's coherent, where my faith and my work inform. My work is informed by my faith. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That's a good vision that you want to empower as a part of the inheritance of the next generation, to have this story as part of their story so that they're not unaware of like how they can proceed with some of these tough questions and some of these places they could grow, but not sure if God has something to say in that space. And speaking of whether God has something to say, I'm going to toss you one that's a little bit harder. So we got a question about the defense industry. I've heard this before as well. There are people that are sincere followers of Jesus that become part of Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman or some other defense industry or the Pentagon. And so we're curious from one of our listeners, how does the defense industry tie into technology application and biblical stewardship of technology? Can we do that sincerely? How do we do that?
Yeah, that's a difficult question because this is one for which Christians disagree, right? We have pacifist traditions. I come out of the Reformed tradition, which has this goes back to St. Augustine, with a just war theory, and sees a legitimate place for the responsible and just use of force when that's called upon. My book actually deals with this issue as well. It's not a big section, but one of the things that I do in the chapter about redemption is create a framework of design norms, which is sort of a practical way of kind of unpacking what it means to redeem technology and thinking about sort of the justice aspects, the social aspects, the cultural aspects. And I think that even as Christians who are, would enfold the sort of just war kind of heritage, I think we also need to be discerning about the kind of work that we do. And I think, there might be, and this is where, again, Christians might disagree, but I would say that there might be certain types of technology that I think are unjust and, are indiscriminate, things like landmines that have no discrimination for who is injured by them. And so I think just war theory doesn't let you off the hook. I think you also need to be thoughtful. And I think also Christians need to be in those spaces to be a voice around the table. I think if Christians, would withdraw from all of those types of industries, we would lose an important voice. But yeah, I think it's hard. I think it's something that also Christians working in those space need the input of others in their Christian community to help them wrestle with difficult problems that might arise. And the Christian community as a whole needs to wrestle with some of these things. New technologies like drones and so on as well change the shape of war. And I think that's something that is helpfully discussed among the wider Christian community in terms of how we use these technologies responsibly. But yeah, that's a good question. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a nuanced answer. It deserves one. I like how you take it back to Augustine. I'm also from the Reformed tradition too. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate your perspective. And to follow up on that, so we're getting a question. Lots of people want to look into your book. So I sent them the link to the Amazon for your book. And I think they're also curious, Derek, if you would share with us about more of the technology impact in general on the church. Like, does the church need to preach on use of technology, kind of like how Andy Crouch and other folks from the East Coast have been, sharing about a tech-wise family and having certain statements that become wrapped into our doctrine? Like, is it time for that, or have we just decided collectively that it's not something we're going to talk about?
Yeah, that goes back to the dualism approach, where you kind of say, okay, there's my faith, and then there's technology, and the twain don't meet. Yeah, I think it's important. I think I want to be nuanced about this too. I mean, pastors are not necessarily experts in the area of technologies and the issues that arise, and so to kind of place that on their shoulders is a difficult and perhaps unreasonable thing to ask. But what I do think is that the church, first of all, should be inculcating its members in this biblical story, no matter what area that they're working in, to kind of understand what it means to live out of that. And the church, I think, can encourage ministries, groups, communities of people who want to wrestle and unpack these things and look at what the implications are. So All Things New, .tech, Faith Tech is another movement that's bringing Christians in tech together. Authors, Christian colleges are places where young computer scientists and engineers are being discipled to think about these things. And then there's organizations also like the Christian Engineering Society, the Association of Christians in the Mathematical Sciences, the American Scientific Affiliation, which are more academic, but they're actually publishing thoughtful papers in order to serve the church, to think about these issues as we encounter them. And the thing about technology is, I don't think it should be left to technicians and engineers and computer scientists, because it has these social, political, cultural sort of impacts. We need experts from all kinds of different fields, not just theologians and philosophers, but we need thoughtful social scientists. And that understanding is based on the fact that there's this creational reality that we're living within, and we need to be able to discern what responsible technology ought to look like. So yeah, that's another nuanced answer, but yeah. And by the way, I really like Andy Crouch's book too, as a practical guide for how to keep technology in its place in your own life. So, yes.
Thank you, Derek. That's great. Do we have time for one more question, Joy?
Yeah, we have about a minute, but we can, okay. I think we can make room for one more question.
So what's next for you, Derek? It looks like the audience really appreciates the wisdom that you're sharing on this. They're hungry for more. What's next that they can expect from you? who are you following that you would want to quickly give them awareness of, besides like Andy Crouch, All Things New, if they need a primer on something?
Yeah. Well, first I can tell you what I'm working on now. I'm actually working with InterVarsity Press to bring to publication another book, which is tentatively titled "A Christian Field Guide to Technology." And basically, it's intended to be a capstone course for Christian engineers and Christian engineering schools, but also for working engineers, particularly young engineers. So it's sort of shaping a digital world for engineers. And I'm writing that book together with two other authors co-authoring it, who are also both engineers. And we hope that will be able to serve the church and Christians in engineering fields specifically. And that should be coming out in fall of 2022 or before that. That's the goal. So that's my current project.
That's fantastic. And so the last thing for that, is there a place where people can reach you that you would love to take some of more of their questions? I think there's like more things we didn't get to address that they love to talk to you about.
Yeah, you can just Google Derek Schuurman, and I have a faculty page at Calvin University, and there's some contact information there. And there's also, if you click on my personal bio page, there are links to dozens of articles that I've written on different topics, including one on technology in the church and other topics that people might find helpful. But they're all linked there, including other talks and so on, and contact information if they need to get a hold of me directly. So.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Derek, again, for your thoughtful answers and your excellent talk. I look forward to seeing how people engage with you and in your book. So our next speaker, I'm excited to introduce, is Sanjay Noronha from Google. His talk is entitled Designing Truly Helpful Products, a Faith-Based Perspective. So I'll intro him a little bit and then we can go to the talk. So he is a product manager at Google and works on the Google Nest Wi-Fi product. Making the decision of why to make a new product is one of the key ones he wrestles with almost daily. In his personal life, he's a husband and the dad of teen boys, and he stays involved in several communities and initiatives through his Catholic parish. With this grounding, he's had the opportunity to reflect on how to think about problems we're solving and how to approach them. And with that, this is a great segue to the content of his talk. So Sanjay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joy. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share our faith with each other and our perspectives as we approach work and daily life. So let me talk a little bit about me. My work is I'm a product manager at Google. What does that mean? That means that I work with teams to help identify new product opportunities. And then I work with these teams to actually bring them to life. I'm a Catholic. I'm from San Jose, California, and Joy talked a lot about this before. So I've worked on several Curcio retreats, which actually help people discover their faith, people like me who didn't really understand it until a few years ago. And I have quite a few hobbies, so you guys can see that over there. My foundations, I would say I grew up a Jesuit product myself. And what does that mean? If you're familiar with the Jesuits, they're a Catholic order that run quite a few universities and schools around the world. They are very renowned for higher education and a particular way of thinking, which we were taught in high school. That's my high school over there, St. Xavier's in Mumbai, India, to be people for others, right? Men for others. Think about what is it that you're trying to achieve? What is the purpose of what you're trying to do? And when wrestling with problems, try to understand the problem, try to understand the specifics of the problem, which then can lead you to perhaps even go outside of what you think are your standard principles of operating. And then once you've understood the problem, you want to respond thoughtfully versus just reacting, and be grounded in faith. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I often forget the last bullet. I don't mind admitting that to everyone. But it is something that when I do remember it, which I try to do on a daily basis, it's been just profound in the answers that come with such clarity on what is the next step, what is the next direction that I need to be taking here. So with that, let me talk a little bit about this approach to product management, or product and technology development, which I would say is a personal thing. This is not necessarily the way that Google does this, but it certainly is my philosophy and something that I try to do very actively as I work towards ideas or work with my teams in the company and in my product and my work life. The first thing is try to discern what it is that you're trying to do. And discernment actually means to judge well, but with spiritual guidance. So we're going to take a step back. We're going to say a prayer and say, hey, what's our purpose here? What are we trying to achieve? The next thing which we need to really think about is, did we identify a clear and essential need? Let us not build technology for technology's sake, because if we do that, there is the potential for going off the rails and doing something potentially quite bad with that technology because the access is there. Rather, if we think about what are we trying to achieve, what are the clear goals here. For example, with COVID, right? If we think about what's been going on in the last 4 or 5 months, how have our lives changed daily? How do we interact with other people? And is there the opportunity there to be thoughtful and improve products or improve technology or create products which could help serve a clear and essential need? And this requires thoughtfulness, requires, for me at least, prayer, which is grounding. And then from there, you can get the clarity of what you do next. The next piece is, okay, you've developed this amazing technology, but have you made it accessible to the end user? So what I mean by this is, let's think broadly about our brothers and sisters. Just because we made some cool tech doesn't necessarily mean that they can buy it, procure it, be helped by it, right? We need to think about, is this thing actually affordable? What if someone can't plop down $200 to buy something, $300 to buy something? How do we make this accessible to them in a way that they can afford it, or find a way of reaching these users by being creative, right? And this is very important in this day and age where so many things that we're doing are done virtually rather than physically. Once we've identified the problem, then comes the question, which is, how do we respond, right? What do we do about these problems that we've identified that are clear issues? For example, we're on these video calls right now, and things might be really challenging for some people. Like I said earlier, I have 2 teenage boys. They're both on distance learning, online learning. Do people have access to technology, the right quality of computers or Wi-Fi or what have you? So let us think about this, and then as we approach the decisions and challenges, we need to start thinking about, how do we translate this goodwill and good discernment into an actual response, which is, what product are we going to build and what features are we going to build? We will run into many crises during the day. We will run into many frustrations during the day. We will run into many challenges during the day. And at each step, if we've built the muscle of faith and prayer, and I'll tell you exactly what this means for me, this can actually help us to be very clear and yet I would say kind and nurturing and helpful in our response. Many times where, even if you've made a slight improvement here, that can make a huge difference to somebody or an opportunity, versus just reacting mindlessly to some particular crisis or something like that. So for me, this starts on a daily basis, actually, with reading the daily gospel. Very simple thing. Before I pick up my phone in the morning, I pick up this book called Give Us This Day, which our church hands out. It happens to be a series of daily reflections, prayers, the daily gospel reading. And then after that, it happens to be a reflection of what exactly that means, and what can we take away from this? Like, how can we reflect on it? And I've found it's actually quite amazing how those thoughts and grounding can stay with me through my day and help me remember, today's reading was about this topic. And so now I can actually go apply that, or even if I apply that just once during the day, that's a tremendous step forward versus just reacting or just doing something without being grounded in that clarity of the morning reading. Many decisions that have to be made daily. There are many opinions. There are many conflicts. It's amazing how even before you go into a very difficult meeting or a stressful situation, simply praying for guidance and grounding works for me. I've been pretty amazed at this over the last several years. And then also never lose sight of why you're here, right? What is the purpose? And that's why we talked about earlier, discerning and really praying about, are we doing the right thing? I think the previous speaker talked about, even in the subject of war, is it a just war, right? I mean, if you have that perspective, it can lead you to be very thoughtful and respectful of the opportunity as you progress to solving the problem through technology. And the last thing is, what if you make a mistake? Okay, like it's possible. I mean, we're all human. We all make many mistakes. The important thing here is not about mistake and feeling sorry for it and all that. I mean, that's great. That's wonderful. The important thing is, what do we do moving forward? How do we respond? And again, being thoughtful, being prayerful, and reflecting upon what could I have done better? What could we have done better? Did we lose sight of the bigger goal? Those are really helpful conversations to have, so that we can continue to make amazing progress as we do the next great thing, right? So having that grounding is just so important. So what does this mean in terms of product design, right? So start with the basics. So you look at human beings, and all of us certainly through COVID can relate to this very well. There's fundamentally the basics of what we need to survive, right? You need, food, water, air, so on and so forth. As it pertains to technology, I think we would all agree that we need to have a good internet connection. We need electricity. We need, good Wi-Fi, shall we say. Once we have those basics in place, we start to get concerned about a higher order of things that are dear to us, right? Do we feel well? Do we feel happy? The things that we need to get done daily, are we doing those things efficiently? Are we removing obstacles? And then there's a joy in learning new things, and do we have the ability to do that? And then all of these aspects lead to us, for example, even as part of this community right now, a sense of belonging, a sense of joy and happiness and peace, and these things kind of build on each other. So the thing which I'd like to stress here is starting with the basics of trying to understand the needs of individuals or the needs of this product or service is remarkably helpful, is amazingly helpful. Then we start thinking, okay, where do I work, right, Sanjay? Like, where do I work? I happen to work in this organization called Google Nest, and we have a wonderful mission to, create a helpful home, so on and so forth. But now, how can I combine the resources that I have available to me in my job with this desire to be helpful and my desire to ground my thinking in faith and thoughtfulness and discernment? So when we did that for me and for my team several years ago, we were like, okay, I'm sorry, home Wi-Fi is an essential need. Home Wi-Fi was, spotty. It was kind of bad. Coverage was flaky. These things would reboot. Is this an essential need? And this is probably a very tactical tech thing, but if we think about the user needs and we think about how can we actually solve real problems that people are facing today, should we do it is a good question, right? Certainly with COVID in the last 4 months, 5 months, this has proven to be a very helpful and useful line of technology, which has massively helped many, many, many people all around the world. And so it's useful, but now are there more specific problems that we can solve? So if we apply this faith-based toolkit to solving a very technical problem, we can seek to understand what is the problem. I need great reliable Wi-Fi. Am I solving a critical problem? Am I solving a critical need? The answer here is fairly clear. Seek to respond, which is the coverage is spotty, it needs reboots. We want to have a thoughtful response, which is how do we create a system that works all over the house and is robust. Other problems, very complex, it's expensive, it can make things really hard for end users if you have very difficult pieces of equipment that they need to deal with. So are we making the right decisions in making this technology less intimidating? Are we making setup of these devices simple so that when users use them, they're truly grateful, they're truly happy, and they can quickly realize value in what they've paid for because we've been thoughtful about thinking about their whole experience. When we respond to this, we think about Wi-Fi routers, they are pretty horrible looking usually. So can we make something that's beautiful, right? And looks better, so it's placed outside. So on and so forth. We start with a basic set of responses to a key challenge that came from basic user needs. And then from there, at every step of the way, we think, we ponder, we reflect, and then we respond and we evolve. This is a very important thing to do. And I suppose it can apply to literally anything in life. But as it pertains to my job, don't lose sight of the big picture, but then there's a little picture of micro decisions that you need to be able to make. There's big strategic problems that, should we enter a certain area? There's little problems that you need to solve. And as we ponder these questions of, what do we build? How much should we charge? Are we being really thoughtful? Oh my gosh, I feel really stressed. I have a coworker who has deadlines and is struggling. How can I make the right decisions here? And the answers for me, at least again, are very simple. I find myself starting off my day in the morning in a positive way. I have, in fact, even found that if I forget to do that, my day may not go as well, which has been quite an interesting learning for me. Once I have that grounding, discern, respond. Does this work? Right? At the end of the day, we're talking about how do you tie discernment, prayer, faith into ultimately what is product development and serving end users and ultimately business results. We found this to be pretty remarkable. And again, I will say this is my personal approach to things, which probably influences my team in a certain way as I try to conduct myself and I try to help the team get through decisions and work on problems that are worth solving, in our opinion. But the results are actually quite amazing to us. That points to ponder. Was it my faith that helped me? Well, at least for me, to stay grounded on rough days and on good days, right? My typical day, I talked about that. Before any difficult situation or difficult meeting or challenge, I've built the muscle over the years to remember, even if it's just a quick prayer, to say, dear Lord, help me through what is about to come. And I've been quite amazed at the impact of that on my thought process. I usually end the day with this prayer called the Examen, again from my Jesuit high school days. And the prayer is actually really simple. It takes about 10 minutes to do, and it consists of a few steps. I'd just like to very quickly state those steps and encourage you to Google this and look at this. So it's number one, put yourself in the presence of the Lord and thank the Lord for your time this day. And this is why I do it at the end of the day. The next thing is you literally go through every day that you can remember, or every hour that you can remember of that day, asking yourself to the best of what you can remember, hey, did I act in a way that would make me proud and make the Lord proud of me and the way in which I'm conducting myself, right? That's an important thing you can reflect on at the end of the day. And listen, it's okay if you slipped up. That's fine. It's okay. Like I will do this daily where I'll do things I'm not proud of. And that's fine. Whether you snapped at someone or you made a decision that wasn't the best, or those sort of things, right? The next thing you do is you reflect on all the things that have gone well and gone poorly. The last thing is you close with asking the Lord to help you in the future decision that you make in this way. And then that ends my day. So it's a rather simple process. A friend of mine walked me through this a few years ago, and I found this to be just phenomenally helpful and uplifting to me as I go through my day. There's plenty of evidence of the effects of faith in the workplace. There's a lot of research on this as well, which I encourage you to Google. And with that, I'd like to just leave you with a few closing thoughts. Think about what are our true foundations as we think about designing solutions to problems. How should we think about those problems? Are they worth solving? Are they doing things for the greater good of our communities or the user base that we seek to serve? There are actually fairly simple answers and methods to deal with this if you build a muscle of thoughtfulness and prayer and grounding, and that's certainly been what works for me. So with that, I want to conclude my part of this and open up for questions.
Thanks, Sanjay. That was a really good talk, highlighting kind of the practical aspects of combining your faith and working in product design. So thank you for providing some of those insights. Now John will relay some of the questions from the audience.
Sanjay, first off, before the questions, some things from the audience that are being brought up. They really appreciate the talk outline that you gave very clearly, and also that you came after Derek, because Derek was providing this foundation and now you're making it super practical. What can you do? So they were mentioning, oh, this thing of, they see the fatherhood thing of like wanting to make things practically accessible. And so that's the first comment, that just like, wow, this is great. They feel like you're a coach. So they're wondering, are you a coach at Google for the product team or things like that? Does this ever help you to coach people better as you know God? Does it help you to know how to manage this process for your teams, like you were talking about? Oh, looks like I
could hear you though. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity to share with everyone. I certainly enjoy the process of trying to coach folks through this for our product team. I've taught a few classes internally to new product managers on how to be a good product manager at Google, and certainly out of respect for everyone's faiths and different points of views, I will not explicitly say that I'm Catholic in such a forum. However, I am very unshy about this with my team, and they all appreciate it. I will frequently joke about, hey, the Lord says, "Ask and you shall receive," right? When we talk about asking tough questions, and so I think that it's very clear to everyone that I try to have this grounding. I also make it very clear to everyone that I fail daily, and this is why I find myself needing to have the spiritual guidance so that I try to fail slightly less every day. So I think it's just a wonderful way of looking at this and trying to tie things together.
That's great. Thank you. So the second question would be surrounding part of the vision that you have for your work. So a lot of people are trying to figure out if technology is something that you're describing, where does it need to be created and can it be accessible? They're trying to see if you gained that vision from somewhere. Is there a certain place besides your Jesuit heritage that you look to say, this is a grounding for me? Are there any other areas that people can explore?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a person who learns by doing, and over the years, had some really amazing opportunities to help through our parish. We've gone on some mission trips to East Texas into some pretty poor communities, and I think going to those opportunities along with my kids really helped me to understand where technology was not accessible to people, where folks like us in Silicon Valley wouldn't bat an eyelid spending $200 on something that might help us in some way, but we're really not sure. You can't really do that when it comes to the vast majority of people, and so you need to be really thoughtful about, are you building something that is useful, that is accessible? And these days, you can even be creative in the business model, right? Can you look at ways to get a product to somebody by being creative so that they don't have to spend a ton of money up front, for example? These are all practical ways in which we can just look to make technology more accessible. And I really feel like even the best tech, unless it has a way to get to end users, is completely useless. So you have to think that through almost as, I would say, perhaps even more stringently than the tech itself.
Good. Yeah. Thanks for giving the deeper layer there. And the personal story does, it does resonate, because absolutely, when we see ourselves in our bubble, sometimes it feels normal to have certain things. And then when we go outside of that, being really innovative takes on not just is something a good problem to solve, but how can you most effectively solve something for the widest common denominator of people? And so I think there's another question. So what got you started with Nest? Or are there certain things that in the technology world you would love to see people have access to? Those are, I think it's just kind of a hybrid question. Like, yeah, what got you started in that specific area, if you have an answer? And then secondly, what do you want to see in the world that's more accessible in technology?
Sure. I mean, I don't want to make this into a sales pitch for Nest. I think that our product line is really very thoughtful and very helpful. But what appealed to me about this problem area was it is about solving real problems that people face in their daily lives, right? Whether it's about connectivity, which is what I do, or helpfulness, which is what, for example, our cameras do or our displays do, or things like that, right? So that's what was really appealing to me, where there was a very practical and tangible application of very complicated technology, but brought in a humane and user-friendly way, thanks to Google's approach to how they designed this. So that was what was appealing to me. I think in terms of how can products be truly helpful, I think it comes down to the philosophy again of Google's hardware organization, or what we say is organize the world's information and make it universally accessible. That's the mantra of the company. That universally accessible piece is so important. It's not only about organizing the world's information or being truly helpful or don't be evil or all those things. It's about the universally accessible part that is so important. So as we go through technology development, it is a key piece of our DNA, and something I've learned here and built over here. But also personally, I just love this, that don't go build something really fancy, which you'll price yourself out of users who would really benefit from it. It is okay to think about critically what are the use cases and benefits you're trying to solve, and try to do that in a way that you can distribute this in an accessible way from a pricing standpoint even. That's so important. And so that's just a philosophical thing for me personally, which is why I love my work. And it's also a philosophical thing for Google in general, and Google Nest in general.
Great. Next question. So when designing something from a faith-based perspective like you have, do you ever come into conflict with other people that aren't designing it from that perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I think conflict is good as long as it's respectful and thoughtful. Indeed, as a product manager, we are trained to welcome and embrace different perspectives. So some of these perspectives that might be in conflict, and again, who's to say what is truly, who made me the judge of what is the right faith-based approach, right? I think the right faith-based approach is when you are discerning, when you're seeking to understand some of the things I talked about earlier. So for example, you may be dealing with a particularly difficult problem, and somebody might be concerned about profitability. Somebody might be concerned about a legal repercussion. Somebody might be concerned about a technical problem, right? And as the product manager, you get to balance those different perspectives, but you have to hear it out. I mean, you have to understand the perspective that these people are bringing. You have to start from the point of view that these experts in different areas are bringing their own best sense and best self to the problem, right? And you have to believe that, and not see the worst in people, but see the best in people. Again, I mean, does that ring a bell, right? It's being thoughtful, being understanding, and these things can be helped by bringing a faith-based perspective to it, where I have thoughtful and understanding, and then help make decisions, right? So I wouldn't say it's in conflict, but there's an opportunity there to resolve and balance by being thoughtful about it.
Great, thank you. I got to add this at the end because more people keep giving you affirmations. So I wanted to tell you on their behalf that the way that you approach things is truly remarkable, because in the Valley where things are so fast paced and you're asking people to reflect, not react, but to respond, it's something that's really refreshing for the audience. So they really appreciate that. And they're thinking that they want to apply your principle of the examine. I myself have, in my previous companies, used the examine during lunch with coworkers that all gathered together. So I just want to thank you for your leadership and for just engaging with us. One of our listeners and folks that's on the line in the Midwest also noted that, it's just something that is really refreshing to hear. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, John and Sanjay, for dialoguing. I think we have a little bit of time before the next run of speakers. So I'm going to call for a 5-minute break so people can take a break, stretch a little bit, and then we will start at 2 p.m. with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are still with Joy Chiew and the Theology of Technology session. This is session 2 of Passion Talks 2020, Vocation and Virtue. I'm going to kick it back over to Joy to introduce her next speakers for this session. And thanks again for joining us on this beautiful Friday afternoon.
Great, thanks, John. So yeah, as John mentioned, we are in part 2 of our afternoon session on theology and technology. As I mentioned earlier, my session is divided into 2 themes, and this theme will be about technology, diversity, and inclusion. So I am happy to welcome our next speaker, Lorenzo Canonico. His talk will be on diversity, the key to a collective intelligence in the age of AI. So Lorenzo is a lead data scientist at Rombot. Earlier this year, he was invited to give a TED Talk about his PhD research in AI and collective intelligence. He was also invited to join the board of the Christian Transhumanist Association after speaking on the theological implications of AI development. And fun fact, he's also a coach for a nationally ranked high school debate team.
Ooh.
So without further ado, here is Lorenzo.
Thank you. Then let me go into presentation mode. Can everybody hear me all right? Can everybody see?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, everybody. My name is Lorenzo, and I'm here to talk to you today about collective intelligence and diversity. But first, I'm going to start with one of my favorite experiments of all time. I want you to watch this video and count how many times a basketball gets passed around. Now, regardless of what the answer is, which is 16, by the way, did any of you notice anything strange? Let me play the video again for you to see. Do you see the gorilla walking in the middle of the screen? Funny enough, even people that have seen the video before do not notice that the curtains change color, and that several people from both teams actually lived the stage midway through. This is a great example of motivated perception, which shows us that precisely when we're most focused, our perception narrows down, and that the only way we can access our full understanding of the world is if we can aggregate multiple independent perspectives. Because somebody will see the basketball passes, somebody will see the curtains, somebody will keep track of the people on each team, and somebody will see the gorilla. But only when everybody comes together can we actually see everything that's happening. What I want to talk to you today about is the way we can overcome this kind of cognitive bias, which is collective intelligence. Now, many of you have probably heard of those experiments where they ask a classroom full of students to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar. And somehow, if you take the average of all those guesses, you get to within a few percentage points of the real answer. Scientists for a long time thought that this was just a basic statistical property of taking the average of a large sample. But the truth turns out to be more complicated. But collective intelligence is best understood by looking at prediction markets, which are mechanisms where people can essentially bet on the future. For example, if I want to figure out if Joe Biden is going to win the presidency, I can make a Joe Biden stock, which is going to achieve the value of $0 if he loses and $1 if he wins. And as people begin trading Joe Biden stock and the price converges around 60 cents, then it will be clear that the consensus probability of the prediction market would be that Joe Biden has a 60% chance of winning the presidency. It turns out that the estimates made by these prediction markets are better than the experts themselves, whether it's in the case of predicting the Oscars, whether it's in the case of forecasting scientific breakthrough, or even elections and entire geopolitical events. I actually have an example from recently. The pulley market prediction market showed that the participants actually were able to figure out that Kamala Harris was going to be the vice presidential nominee for the Democratic Party before the announcement even came through. And the reason why prediction markets are able to do this is because of collective intelligence, the ability for groups of people to arrive at insights collectively through the information that they gather individually. Collective intelligence operates under 4 principles. The first one is decentralization. You do not want all the information to come from a single place. You want the process to be distributed, much like a market. The second property is independence. That's because in a room full of people declaring that 2 + 2 = 5, most of us would give in to peer pressure and agree, which is why privacy is so important, because the ability to dissent from the crowd is the foundation for original thought. The third principle is aggregation. As long as you gather information, you have to fundamentally bring it together to synthesize it into a useful insight, which is why if we keep being divided and not united, as opposed to different and unified, we will never be able to achieve the insights collectively through the information that we gather individually. But the most important principle behind collective intelligence is diversity. Diversity not from a social justice perspective, diversity from a cognitive perspective. Let's look at an example. Let's pretend that we can represent people's personality and point of view as a subsection of the alphabet. Alice, Bob, Carl, and Dimitri can only access the entirety of the alphabet once they get together. But if it was up to Alice and Dimitri, they wouldn't talk to each other because they have nothing in common. There's no overlap. That's why it's up to Bob and Carl to leverage what they do have in common to bridge the gap between the 2 extremes, which is why collective intelligence is not about having an orchestra of a single instrument that puts people in their seats in silent contemplation. It's about having a jazz band that makes everybody dance. What I want to talk to you today about is how collective intelligence influences our lives, because it's the key to productivity and progress. But I'm going to focus on 3 core areas. First, COVID. Second, Black Lives Matter. And third, Christianity as a whole. And I'm going to show you what happens in each of those areas if collective intelligence is low and if collective intelligence is high. When collective intelligence is low in science, we have groupthink. Whether it's the World Health Organization recommending people not to wear a mask because they were so afraid of mask hoarding, or the Swedish scientists who pushed the government to go for a herd immunity strategy that's completely failing. Whenever the consensus in science becomes one-sided, elite experts inevitably march us towards disaster. But when collective intelligence is high in science, we have interdisciplinary breakthroughs where we can leverage technologies like prediction markets to fundamentally rethink and accelerate scientific progress. For example, the Corona Information Markets, which is a prediction market entirely dedicated to coronavirus facts, has been able to generate the most effective forecasts, both globally and locally, of COVID cases, which can help countries much more effectively allocate healthcare resources in anticipation for the future. But overall, collective intelligence should make a re-question single-minded pursuits, like the single-minded pursuit of a vaccine that may never come, which can actually come at the expense of noticing that one of the most effective treatments for coronavirus right now is a blood transfusion from people who have effectively recovered from coronavirus into patients that are experiencing coronavirus right now. That's why if you're caught up in the basketball passes, you fail to notice the gorilla. If you're single-handedly pursuing a vaccine, you end up not noticing a promising treatment that can lead to a massive breakthrough. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter. When collective intelligence is low in a decentralized movement like Black Lives Matter, identity politics takes over. As opposed to having the wisdom of the crowd leading people, the badness of the mob kind of takes over. And it amplifies biases and prejudice, which can ultimately lead to unintended consequence, such as when some of the leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement engaged in anti-Semitic rhetoric under the banner of an anti-Israel platform, which at best is tangentially related to the issue, the very important issue of police brutality in the United States. And what's even weirder is the fact that as the movement was caught up in the basketball passes of the controversy over the Israel and Palestine conflict, the movement has failed to take a stance on the gorilla when it comes to human rights, which is the over 1.5 million Uyghur people that are imprisoned right now in China in concentration camps. That's what happens when collective intelligence is low. However, when collective intelligence is high, in Black Lives Matter, they push the frontier of civil rights, specifically by including transgender people. What I've posted here is a direct quote from their manifesto on their website, which clearly commits Black Lives Matter to thinking of Black liberation as necessarily implying transgender liberation, which has led to massive demonstrations and rallies supporting trans lives, which are one of the most affected demographics when it comes to brutality in the United States. In many ways, this is possible precisely because the movement is not tied to the past. Because historically speaking, the African-American community and the transgender community have not gotten along very well. But just like collective intelligence teaches us, the best way to bridge the gap between two extremes is middle out, which is exactly what the foundresses of Black Lives Matter have done as 3 lesbian women of color. They have effectively bridged the gap between the African-American community and the transgender community to once again push the frontier of civil rights. When collective intelligence is low in Christianity, we're caught up in religious fundamentalism. Whether it's anti-scientific evangelicalism, like we're experiencing now in the United States, or whether it's the Pharisees, which to me are actually the best examples of this. The most educated, religious, and legal elite at the time was so caught up in dogma and hubris that they did not notice the Messiah right in front of them. That's what religious fundamentalism fundamentally does. But when collective intelligence is high in Christianity, we can lead the world through a vision of nonviolence, like the Selma March, where people from all races and from all creeds came together to use nonviolent direct action to overthrow an oppressive power structure the way only Jesus does. Not through violence, not through force, but through love. Because it's the unearned suffering is redemptive, because it enables us to heal the wounds of injustice as opposed to perpetuating it. That's exactly what Christianity can do once collective intelligence is high. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a particular shout out to Bayard Rustin, the organizer of the March on Washington, the man who introduced Martin Luther King to nonviolence after marching with Gandhi, who famously said that his activism did not spring from him being African American, but rather from him being a Quaker, showing us how so much of the legacy of the civil rights movements was grounded on an enlightened vision of Christianity that treats everyone as part of the human family. And that's why the objective is no longer responding to oppression, but rather is healing a family bond. But that one of the things that collective intelligence kind of forces us to do is reconsider the way we approach diversity, because it becomes less about quotas and to promote social diversity, and instead it focuses a lot more on inclusion and neurodiversity. First, of people on the autism spectrum. This is Michael Burry, who is one of the most successful investors of all time. He made over $1 billion in the middle of the financial crisis, and he did so by betting against the housing market when everybody else thought that he was crazy. He's also on the autism spectrum. And we're only now beginning to understand that the mirror neuron system of people on the autism spectrum differs from that of neurotypical people. And usually it's framed as a bug because it makes it more difficult for people on the spectrum to learn language through imitation. Instead, it's a feature because it makes people on the autism spectrum less susceptible to peer pressure, which enables them to retain a contrarian perspective despite what the rest of the world thinks. The second main demographic when it comes down to neurodiversity is transgender people. This is Martine Rothblatt, the founder of SiriusXM, who has revolutionized the world when it comes to satellite technology and space technology. And she did all of this way before Elon Musk. She also studied United Therapeutics, a biotech company that has already cured a bunch of rare diseases, which has made her the highest paid female CEO in pharma and biotech. Most importantly, however, she is the first openly transgender CEO in the world. And a few studies came out last year actually showing how transgender people are less susceptible to optical illusions, showing us that we've barely scratched the surface when it comes to understanding the kind of value transgender people can bring into our society, which is why collective intelligence requires us to commit to this kind of inclusion of neurodiverse people. Because the most valuable type of diversity when it comes to intelligence, because collective intelligence, is not social, it's cognitive. And it's always easy to look at neurodivergent people as disabled people who need to be helped to avoid the worst possible scenario. as opposed to individuals whose potential remains untapped because we refuse to empower them to contribute to the collective intelligence of our society. And that needs to change, and it can only change if we ground our vision for the future in collective intelligence. But I would be remiss if I limited the conversation of collective intelligence to just human intelligence. Artificial intelligence is just as important. Many of you have probably heard of those studies where an AI beats a doctor at diagnosing disease. But rarely is the question asked, what happens if an AI and a doctor actually work together? The few studies that exist on the subject all point to the same conclusion. Performance goes up because the intelligence of the doctor and the intelligence of the AI are different, but in complementary ways, which is why when they work together, collective intelligence emerges. Overall, the key takeaways I hope you get from this presentation are that collective intelligence is super key. And that's why nuance is way more important than dogma in all human endeavors. Secondly, when it comes to collective intelligence, cognitive diversity is way more important than social diversity, because the kind of diversity that enhances collective intelligence is not of race, it's of experience. It's not of gender, it's of personality. And it's not of class, but of ideas. Because once again, the kind of diversity that enhances collective intelligence is not social, it's cognitive. But most importantly, as we envision a world where Christianity, a collectively intelligent view of Christianity can improve the world, that means that we need to prioritize the inclusion of people on the autism spectrum and transgender people and neurodiverse people at all levels, just as much as we commit to the development of artificial intelligence. Because hopefully, once we get together, we're no longer going to be caught up in the basketball passes. And instead, everybody will be contributing their point of view so we can see the full landscape of human possibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Lorenzo. That was a really great talk. I really liked how you tied collective intelligence with a lot of events that are going on with COVID, with Black Lives Matter, and just like kind of making it very practical, and also tying it with AI too. So thanks for doing that. I will turn it over to John now.
Thanks so much, Joy. And thank you, Lorenzo. It's great to be able to connect with you in this capacity. I know that we work in the same field of collective intelligence and AI, since I'm at CrowdSmart and you're at Roambot, which is great. So I love the synergy that's there. And thanks to us being able to connect before and being in the same industry, I'm not going to put on the kid gloves, boxing gloves. We're going to go and talk about the real questions with our audience. So the first question, I'm going to say straight out, would love your opinion on a divergent viewpoint from the one that you expressed. The viewpoint is that as Christians acknowledge that Jesus was the perfect human, somebody that was a model for them to follow. He was not somebody that had autism. He was not somebody that had certain defects of what someone would classify as birth defects or congenital defects. And so those are things that can lead to greater neurodiversity. But what this belief system is saying is that because Jesus is a Mark I human, like in terms of the modeling, then when creation is restored to its original design, people will be restored in their new form into a Mark I human, a human that has less cancer, or I mean, not less, no cancer. And in that regard, so what you're sharing is compelling and there's data that's backing it up. But what do you feel like is that middle ground between this belief that in Jesus being a Mark I human, so people are totally okay with taking Down syndrome out of the population and genetically engineering it away, genetically engineering away inclinations that we could find towards deviant behaviors? Like, how does that sit with you in their worldview of Christianity and yours?
Great question. A lot to analyze there. First, I would say that part of what's reassuring about the way Jesus talks about the resurrection is the fact that regardless of our differences, whether they're racial, whether they're gender-based, whether they're, like at all levels, like our our human body is not really that important. Even our biology is really not that important. And the way we're going to be resurrected, and I think in many ways it's consistent with the collective intelligence view, because we're still going to be different. We're going to have individuality. And so the question becomes, wait, but if our individuality is not driven by our bodies and the way in which society acts upon our bodies, then how can you have individuality? And I think it feeds into this idea that it's not the kind of diversity that we're used to thinking about. Because it has to be beyond the biological. Secondly, I would point out to a Bible verse that I've been discussing a lot with my friends recently, Matthew 19:12. For there are eunuchs who were born that way. There are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others. And there are those who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept this should accept it. I think it's really strange, right, for a lot of people that like Jesus would take the time to talk about eunuchs, right? And I think in many ways, I think it's a big shout out to neurodiversity and just like diversity in general, because as opposed to talking about just the people who have gone through divorce, people who were, and instead of just talking about like the kind of social diversity that all cultures are used to kind of thinking about, he talks about people who are born different, talks about people who are wounded in a way that makes them almost permanently different, and people who choose to be nonconformist, right? And he gives like a unique shout out to that, saying that like they're going to be able to, they're going to be a key contributor to bring about the kingdom of heaven. And I think that speaks to the fact that Jesus was looking way beyond the kind of social differences that the society that he was existing in at the time were experiencing.
Great answer. I love the verse. That's something that I've thought about a lot too. And the audience appreciates their perspective. They are curious though, on this same train of thought, as we have this paradigm of collective intelligence, can it go too far into heterodoxy? We want to be orthodox in the Christian faith, but the ways in which we're pushing that boundary to be able to help celebrate and help draw out key contributors, does that stand to actually elevate voices which would stand against the orthodox truths of Scripture?
Great question. The first comment I would make is that the collective intelligence view doesn't necessarily say that we need to immediately include everyone. Rather, as I talked about, diversity actually breeds conflict. If you look at the most racially integrated police departments all over the country are the ones that have the highest amount of people either leaving the force or being fired, which is why collective intelligence needs to expand middle out. And I give the example of Black Lives Matter, right? Like 3 lesbian women bridged the gap between the African-American community and the transgender community. So I think that would be the first way. Like I think it's very much like if the kingdom of God is supposed to be a mustard seed that grows over time into a plant that the birds can flock to, it shows that it's supposed to be a slow exponential process. So that would be my first comment. The second comment is, I think actually the real lesson from the Gospels is not that we need to make some sort of very explicit checklist of all the people in our society, all the ways in which we can be different, and try to have, again, quotas, right, to make sure that everybody's represented. I think the Gospels call us to do something that's even more challenging, which is find the most marginalized member of the society. Because the moment you include them, the moment you integrate them, you're forced to reconsider everything about your behavior. So Jesus was not just hanging out with people who were different, like in terms of skin color, in terms of gender, right? Like he was hanging out with tax collectors. He was hanging out with brutalized sex workers, and he even had the courage that most people did not have to talk to the demon possessed, which I think shows that, like, we live in a world where we put people in asylums. We live in a world where we criminalize sex workers who are trying to escape sexual slavery. And if you think about the way you tackle those problems, they're not easy. And I think we should have having a lot of different conversations. But the moment that you build a society that promotes the interests of the most marginalized, you build a better society for everyone.
Got it. That's an important distinction. So you're not saying that we should just throw everybody together and it becomes some type of unrecognizable lump, but you're saying that because we're including other voices, it helps keep us sharp because the nuance actually helps us draw out what are our biggest values, what are our biggest beliefs. And if we can find out something that is the most coherent, it's actually going to be stronger, and when we're doing it with those things in mind, as opposed to just cutting things off and saying, this is black and this is white. I'm not even going to consider other things. I'm not going to consider other identities. That's really interesting.
In one example I find myself going back to a lot is Forrest Gump, which is one of my favorite movies, which I think shows us that is an ableist society where we marginalize people who are born, right, with some sort of intellectual deficit, right, is a society where we're also not very kind to our veterans, and vice versa. And so in the process of building a society that accommodates people like Forrest, we end up building a society that's kinder to the veterans, because somebody who's born malformed, right, struggles in the same way that somebody who was wounded by war. And so, again, I think so much of the Christian message of the gospel is that we have to go for the most marginalized group, and we have, in the moment that we try to integrate them into our society, despite how difficult it may be, it's going to force us to kind of reconsider, right, all the ways in which we're not noticing, the ways in which we're marginalizing all these other people.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter about this, so a lot of questions about this.
Yeah, glad to hear.
Wow. Okay, so we're not going to have time for all of it, but one question that strikes first as I'm looking into it is that people are curious, how can we get back on track with the church being a part of this cultural moment to do that? Because it seems like that because of how politicized everything has gotten, it's very hard to talk across the aisle and to say that there is somebody marginalized that we want to help versus our tribe that we need to be established in for our culture to be able to make it through this culture war. So just to simplify it, lots of questions are focusing on culture war.
Culture wars, yeah.
how do we, do you have any advice? Can you help us out, like with data or with next steps?
So I think, gosh, hour-long conversations about this. I think, obviously, here's kind of what I want to go, here's what I would point people to. The question I keep asking myself is, how did we as Christians go from the people who were marching with Martin Luther King in Selma to the people who, are like so fundamentalist, right, about being pro-life, right, that they end up actually like not building a better society for like women, and we're so caught up in that, right, that we become like these kind of evangelicals, dogmatic. I think the Gospels tell us that that's an inherent thing in human nature. Again, it goes back to the Pharisees. We are always just as likely to be the Pharisees or the mob, right, that let Christ be crucified, right? We're no better. So we always have to be questioning that. But I think part of it is that we have lost sight of what nonviolence was really about. And I encourage everybody to check out Bayard Rustin, the guy that I mentioned who introduced MLK to nonviolence, who's a super strong Christian and a gay Christian. So if you want to talk about somebody who's going to force you to come up with a different perspective, and his view is that most people fail because they think of nonviolence as a tactic to achieve a goal. So when it doesn't work, they turn to something else. He thought about nonviolence as a way of life. You have to fundamentally be willing to suffer. You have, just like Jesus, you have to fundamentally be willing to suffer to expose the problems in your society. It's not about responding to injustice. It's not about responding to disagreement by, very strongly engaging in some sort of conflict. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's being willing to suffer. It's being willing to turn the other cheek because the other person is just a member of your family who you're having a random fight with before dinner. And I think that's kind of what we have lost sight of. We've lost sight of the fact that nonviolence is something that's so core, I think, to Christianity, because we're supposed to turn the other cheek so that the conflict that exists in society doesn't distract us from the much more important things. It goes back to, we cannot be caught up in the basketball passes of politics. That's one of the things that Jesus says, right? Like, give Caesar unto Caesar's. We cannot be caught up in the basketball passes of politics because otherwise we will be missing the gorilla of the much larger injustices in our society.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo. I think we're out of time, but that was a perfect place to stop. And I would be remiss without saying something that I was called out for by our commenters. I don't have to address this, but I think because of the movement we are, and compassionate and excellent and humble, I need to say this. Something that I spoke to Lorenzo about was saying that there were defects that were associated with certain people because of ways that congenital or any other way of their growth trajectory was different. And I meant to say that not using my own language of my own belief that something is a defect, but just in a way to say in public discourse, this is how it's treated. So I just want to put that on the record, that I'm not advocating for that public discourse being correct. And so if anybody feels that they are judged as having a defect, I want to let you know that you are a treasured person that is made in the image of God in the Imago Dei. And so I hope that God's love and that our support of you is very clear through this conference and through our language. But we want to make sure that we know what the public is saying. And that is a word that they've used. So that's the word that I chose to use as well. Thanks for listening. And I'll kick it back to you, Joy. Thank you, Lorenzo, as well.
Yeah, thanks, Lorenzo and John. That was a really, really great discussion. I'm really glad that we're bringing up kind of the issues of diversity, because I know they could be very complicated, but they're extremely important to recognize, cognitive diversity as well as social. So thank you, Lorenzo, for just bringing that to our attention and really expounding on that. So we will keep going. Our next speaker is Lucas Parry. His talk is how technology can unlock the hidden secrets of generosity and its power to change the world. So Lucas is a tech entrepreneur, a recording artist, and pastor who has been involved in mobilizing communities across the world in the global fight against poverty for over 25 years. He is the worship and arts pastor at Peninsula Bible Church in Palo Alto, and he's the founder of Glow, which is a startup that's committed to building technology that helps people unleash the power of generosity. So with that, I'd like to introduce Lucas.
Brilliant. Well, g'day everybody, and Joy, thank you for that lovely introduction. And thank you all for joining me in this talk. It's a real joy for me to actually get to do this, because it's a talk that I've been thinking about and processing for the last 20 years on how technology and how we can leverage technology to unlock these hidden secrets of generosity and how it will change the world. And what I hope that we get out of today is not just we see generosity in a new light and understand how it can affect our world and our lives, but also, globally as well. So here we go. I started my journey into generosity when I was 16 years old. And I went on my first trip to Zambia. I took a summer and went to serve overseas and worked with a nonprofit and built a school there in Zambia. And I lived with the people, ate with the people, came face to face with poverty like I had never experienced before. And I remember as I flew out of Lusaka airport and looking out over these huts, and I made a commitment to myself then. I said, for the rest of my life, I will spend my days inspiring people to change the world, because I can and because I should. I felt compelled to. And so that journey has taken me today to over 40 different countries. I've lived with the Bushmen of the Kalahari Desert in Botswana, with a tribe who speak with clicks and sounds. Been in the Himalayan mountains and all throughout Central and South America. And one of those trips in India, I met my now wife. She was my boss working for a project. We fell in love and got married. And what I ended up doing is I took those stories and experiences and started singing songs, just telling those stories, and ended up spending 7 years traveling to schools and universities and churches, sharing stories, teaching people how to have impact and working with nonprofits along the way. We had kids, and I got off the road, and like Joy mentioned, I became a pastor, and I'm now serving at Peninsula Bible Church in Palo Alto, and also stumbled into building technology products and built a video technology called Congo, and now recently focused on building technology on the science of generosity to help people have more impact, which is what we're talking about today. Before we go any further, I think we really need to define what generosity is. I define generosity, and I think this is a correct version of generosity, as giving good things to yourself and to others freely and abundantly. Giving good things to yourself and others freely and abundantly. I like to think of generosity like a measure. Okay, on one end, you're either stingy or you're generous, right? And it pretty much can be with anything in life, right? So you name it: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, like money. Yes, but so often when we think about generosity, right, we put it in the bucket of, oh, it's only about money. Or sometimes we'll talk about generosity as regards to talent and treasure, right? Sometimes, or talent and time and treasure. But I want us to take a step back and say, no. This is way bigger than that. Actually, generosity is ingrained in the very DNA of what it means to be human, especially if we think of it like this as a measure. So if we want to understand the secrets of generosity, we need to dig deeper into the science of generosity. UC Berkeley produced a white paper in 2018 called The Science of Generosity. And what they did is they took research from the last 20 years on this topic and then compiled it all together into a great white paper. And if you've got 4 hours, I encourage you to Google it and go read it for yourself. But if you don't have 4 hours, I'm going to surmise it for you. And this is fascinating. Okay. The science of generosity says this, that generous people, number one, live longer, right? Like, hello, Holy Grail, right? We don't need to search for the Holy Grail anymore. It's here. It always has been. If you want to live longer, learn to be generous to yourself and others. Give freely and generously. Pour it out and abundantly, right? Generous people. Number two, have stronger relationships. Many of us say like, no duh, of course, right? And thirdly, they found that generous people experience more joy in their everyday life. So really, we could sum this up and say that actually, understanding the power of generosity helps us as humans to experience the fullness of life. These three things would say this is the fullness of life. So again, we come back to our definition: giving good things to yourself and others freely and abundantly. If we do that, the science says we have this. No brainer, right? So then let's do a really quick experiment. This will be the fastest experiment in the history of Passion Talks. I want you to close your eyes right now and imagine a scale in your mind of 1 to 10. And I want you to measure what is your level of joy right now in this moment? 1 being you're super depressed, 10 meaning you're off the charts with joy. Just analyze yourself, give yourself a number, then open your eyes. I want you to pull out your cell phone next, okay? Pull out your phone and I want you to think about somebody that you haven't talked to in a little while. Think of their name, pull up a text, and I want you to text that person why you appreciate them. Be very specific. Stream of conscious, don't self-edit. You've got 45 seconds to do this. Go ahead and text them why you appreciate them, why they're important to you. Think about that person as you do so. Think what would bless them. 35 seconds left, go for it. And go ahead and hit send. Once you've hit send, I want you to close your eyes again. And that same question I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, measure your level of joy right now in this moment. We've done that experiment about 450 times. And what we found on average is that people report feeling between 40 and 60% more joy on average after completing that experiment. And after people return and they get a text back from whoever they sent it to, that number goes even higher, right? And it makes perfect sense because in that moment, what you just did, what you experienced was you were generous with your words and with your kindness. And the net result of that was you experienced more joy in that moment. And not only that, but that relationship with that person you just texted is now stronger. Awesome, right? If it's so powerful, I always say, well, why don't we talk about this more? Like, why don't we talk about this more? Why do we only talk about this like when we're in an organization, when somebody wants something from us? I say we need to be talking about generosity way more. And which is why we need to ask this question. As innovators, as leaders, as technologists, as thinkers and as doers, as leaders, we need to ask this question. How can we leverage technology then to unlock these secrets? Because really, as Christians, our goal is to help people experience more life to the full, right? So why technology? Technology is awesome at, this is not a definitive list, but technology is phenomenal at these three things. At automation, technology is great at automating the mundane things of life, the things we don't want to do to make us more efficient, right? Technology is great at reaching more people than ever. I don't know about you, but do you remember back in the day, if you were a pastor of a church and you had 2,000 people in your church, you were considered a mega church pastor. Like you were in the club, you were speaking at the conferences. Nowadays, if you have 10,000 people following you on your social media, you're an influencer, but you're called a micro influencer. You're a tiny influencer. Influencers today have millions of followers, 20, 50, 60 million followers. That's what technology can do, okay? Reach more people. And lastly, scale, right? Technology is great at taking things and being able to multiply them and scale them. So then I think the three challenges for us as leaders, as technologists, how do we integrate? We need to figure this out. We need to, number one, we need to build technologies that automate the secrets of generosity. Right? Whether that's on AR, VR, Internet of Things, 5G, B2B, B2C, enterprise software, it doesn't really matter. Whatever technology tickles your fancy or that you're most passionate about, we need to build it based on the science of generosity and help people experience more life. We've seen, great technologies come out. The Abide app, brilliant job. They're killing it. Like they're doing a fantastic job helping people meditate and sleep better, right? We've got the Headspace and Calm app that's teaching people to be mindful. One of the things that we're experimenting with Glow is actually what you just experienced. We asked the question, we said, look, what if we give people daily tips where they can do these short activities every day that helps them reprogram their mind based on these principles of generosity to experience more joy. And so we did what we call a 21-day mental health reset, where we gave people these short activities every single day for 21 days. And you know what we found? We found that depression started running out the back door. We found that people struggling with anxiety began to decrease. We found one lady hadn't had a relationship with a brother for 23 years, and that relationship was completely restored. Why? Because she started practicing these principles of generosity to herself and then to others. Guys, it's remarkable. Number two, we've got to create platforms that reach the masses, right? I think in the next 5 years, we're going to see technology platforms that are focused, that are reaching niche demographics, that solve customer needs, and that doesn't make the customer the product, right? Many of our social networks today, we're the product. Our data is being sold to other people. And I think that's going to shift and that's going to change because all that's done today for the consumer, it's made them not trust. And we'll talk about that again in a little bit. And thirdly, once we've built the technologies that can reach more people, we need to build communities that scale impact, right? That's actually what this is about, impact. Generosity can help people have, the science of generosity can help people have impact in all areas of their life: living, relationships, health, investing, spending, charity. This is another one of the areas we're fascinated with at Glow, and we're like, look, how can we help people when it comes to charity have more impact? Like, is there a way that everyday people like you and I can give away $1 billion a year? We think absolutely there is, right? If you get lots of people together, you pool your resources into a super fund, then vote together to give it all away. Like, that is awesome. And that's how you give away $1 billion. It's a way that innovation has already happened in finance. Like, we do that with mutual funds and the VCs, that's the way they invest. Well, we thought, well, why don't we do that with charity too, to create more impact? And I think there's so much innovation around this space of taking communities, leveraging them with cool tech to really scale their impact. What a challenge. Margaret Mead, who was a super controversial, if not one of the most famous anthropologists, she's very famous for broadening our views on sexuality, on feminism, on discrimination. She said this. She said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. So imagine if we did this. Imagine if we could unlock radical generosity and unleash it all around the world. What would the world look like? As I wrap up, this is Liam. Liam's 13 years old, and he represents 70 million Gen Zs. They're passionate about gender equality. They're passionate about the environment. They're passionate about justice. They want impact, but they don't know where to start, and they definitely don't know who to trust. At the moment, I know people, they don't trust the news. They don't trust social media. They trust their friends. So Liam and his older cousins, the millennials, together they represent 160 million Americans. And grab this. This is mind-blowing. Over the next 30 years, they will inherit $59 trillion of wealth. It is called the greatest wealth transfer in US history. If we can teach them, if we can train them, if we can build technologies that help them understand these principles of generosity and living life to the fullest, guys, this is what happens. Not only we can change the world, but they can change the world. They can be the most generous in all of history. Why is this so important? I'm telling you, generosity, as we have defined it today, is the answer to racism. If we were generous with our love, if we were generous with our understanding, there would be no racism in this world. Because we'd realize we're all human. We cut ourselves, we all bleed together, right? Generosity is the answer to mental health. This is why it's so important. You've got to learn to be generous to yourself first. Extend kindness and grace to yourself and help unravel. We extend kindness and generosity in our listening and help our friends unravel. This generosity is the answer to COVID-19. We could end this tomorrow if we all quarantine everyone in the world in our houses for the next month. It's gone, right? This is big stuff. I'm going to wrap it up with this quote. John Lasseter, we all know his work, Pixar, Disney, and Disney director, right? From Cars and Toy Story. He said this, and I love this. He says, the art challenges the technology. The way I like to phrase it in our context is living is an art, right? So I say the art of living challenges the technology, and the technology inspires the art of living. That is what I'm talking about. That is what this is about. That is a vision worth fighting for. That is a vision we need to put our creative energy into. That's a vision where we need to put our investment into. Because if we do and we get it right, guys, this is the future. We change the world. We do it together. Not only us, our children and our children's children's children. That's all I have to say. I think generosity could literally change the world if we really get a hold of it. So thank you all for listening to my talk.
Great, thanks, Lucas. I really liked how you redefined generosity for us, very similarly to how Lorenzo kind of reshaped our understanding of diversity. So I'm glad that you're bringing a different perspective about generosity and technology. So with that, I will turn you over to John.
Lucas, hey, good to see you. Lucas is a friend of mine, so I appreciate getting to have him on alongside Lorenzo and other people. Lucas, I'm going to do you a favor, but I'm going to do all of us a favor and give you a resounding yes. You're talking about something powerful. I'll tell you why. So I work in investments, right? Financial investment technology. The thing here is we're seeing a $200 billion decrease in traditional investments. And we're seeing that money right now either kept on hold, but 70 billion of that 200 is going to SRI and ESG investments. What are these? SRI, socially relevant, impactful, or ESG, environmentally and sustainable social governance investments. In short, people want to invest, even asset managers, in markets that aren't just doing public things, but private things that have more good for the world. So before I go with the questions, I mean, we're seeing this trend whether we like it or not. So if we don't get on board with what you're doing for generosity, somebody else will do the tone. They will decide where it's going and how it's going to get there. And I think you're giving us a good call because we want to know that we can be the ones to help this generation, as it's already going to have such a massive transfer, to know that there's people of God that are standing up. So I just had to do that. I had to do that shameless plug because it's just the truth. It's what's going on. So that's the first thing. So the first question that I have to back this up is, I love your theology of technology that makes it so relevant and applicable for all of us. And I'd love to know what's giving you this sense of emotional intelligence that you've developed to be able to launch something like Glow. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, actually, well, it began really back in the day when I used to do these presentations in schools, right? To young Gen Zs. When they were young and in school, I would do a talk on clean water. And I'd have 1,000 kids then going, I want to do something. I want to do something. And I saw this major desperation to get involved, right? And I remember at the time I went to the biggest nonprofits that, if you think of a nonprofit that's big in America, that's probably some of the ones I'm thinking about, right? I went and talked to them and I said, hey guys, look, if we could get these kids to give $1 each and we get 1 million of them, like they could give away $1 million a month. Like, wouldn't that be cool? But at the time, this is 10 years ago, they said, it's not really worth our time or investment to go after them, right? Now, so that's 10 years ago. So we fast forward and now I build a technology and I'm like, man, I know how to do this now. And I fast forward and this problem is still there. It's not being solved. And about 9 months ago, I was like, I think there's a reason why this idea has always been in my head, that I saw this back then. And I think I need to be the one who actually builds something to do it. And I just, that said, and that little boy that I showed in the slide is my son, and so I build this not only for me, I build this for him, for his generation. I really do believe they have the opportunity to be the most generous in all of history. And what an opportunity, what a legacy we get to do to help create that for them. So I don't know. I think it's that. And I honestly, it's funny when I think about these secrets of generosity, they're not really secrets. I mean, God's just put them, they've been there for all time. We just don't talk about it. We've just not either watered that grass or we've never, brought it out into the open, at least not the way I hope we really uncover it, from dialogues like this. So.
That's great. Thank you. Well, let's dive into it because there's a lot of questions. So first up, a lot of folks want to know, have you seen the TikTok trend of crowdsourced tipping for various people? If so, does that fulfill part of the vision you have for generosity? And are there QR codes involved like they do in China where people have their own QR code? You can scan the code, give things to people there in a crowdsourced way? Or do we need a more systematic approach like you're talking about to really cover our bases?
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, right? I think one of the principle that we've began to learn is that there's such mistrust. Like with crowdfunding has been great. Okay, people have all crowdfunded, but we've all had the same experience, right? You funded something, they were raising $50,000 and they raised $400,000 and you're like, what'd they do with the rest? The reality is they bought a house, right? Because these platforms were built for the nonprofits. The nonprofits are the customers, right? Not us as the donors. So I think there's something to say. I think what the donor wants, what we want, is to know that our funds have been used effectively and for the most impact. And so while I'm a big fan of QR codes and tipping and all things like this, but I think ultimately when it comes to charity, people really want to know that their money's had impact. So how do you do that without some sort of system of trust where you can find the best nonprofits and get the data back? Like, let us know the impact in the stories. So that said, I think there's going to be plenty of innovation in the space, right? Like what we're doing isn't the only thing that's going to be out there and what's going to come. We just think it's cool.
That's great. We're looking into some ethical questions that people have about your model. And so that's a really good question and a good thing that you brought up. You're absolutely right. Crowdsource things. People actually even laugh sometimes that if somebody was doing an objective and then they get too much money, well, it's just a happy serendipity that their life is better. But it really does make a question for our audience. Yeah, where is that money going? And they want to know, like, what are some of the criteria that we need to structure into the way that we give? Do you have things that you look at as like worthy endeavors? Do you use Charity Navigator? Do you use like certain metrics that are bulletproof?
Absolutely. I mean, the first place we go, we look at their 990s. Now, how much are they paying their executives? How much of the money that comes in actually goes out to programs in the front line? That's like base point number one. I've actually been overseas and gone to visit a project that we wanted to fund before. This is quite a number of years ago, before Glow, but we get on the ground and there's no project, right? The numbers were good here. So part of it is reputation, part of it is relationship, finding the best nonprofits to do the best work. I think it's really important to do your due diligence. Like, anyone can go search the 990s. We also partner with other organizations and companies that help us find those best organizations, in our case, to do the research and to find how good are they operationally? How good's their staff? Here's an interesting one. We were going to fund an organization last month, our Giving Circle, but we couldn't because it came out that their CEO got fired because of racism. So it was like, gosh, that's not in their 990s. You know, we found that because, well, we looked online, we did our research into who they are as an organization. What do their employees say about them? So you've got to look, if you care about it, and I think most people do, you've got to do your homework, do your research. Yeah. Just because they're a nonprofit doesn't mean that they're great and well run.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. And that's exactly, I think, that you're trying to solve that problem. You want to do that due diligence with your partners and then give back people the confidence through your platform that it's going to make an impact and that you're going to track that and you're going to keep them aware and they can share that and then it can amplify the voice of what's going on. So I really think there's something special here, and the audience likes it too. They like your mindfulness as well. The things of being grateful and thankful and how to operationalize that is something that they really want to look into more. And one other thing they're saying, they would like you to share more about how we can be more generous with ourselves by giving ourselves the permission to give time, money, and mind share and heart to those things that don't benefit us directly. They say people are so busy taking care of themselves, there's a belief they don't have margin for anything else. But we know from psychology, when you help other people, it empowers yourself to be able to do what God's called you to do. So riff on that a little bit about the thing of like people saying, hey, it's a pandemic. Hey, it's a quarantine. Hey, it's an economy that's in a bad situation. I can't give for the next 3 years. What's your response to that?
It's really easy, right? Like, well, you just did an experiment. If you did it, you pulled out your phone and you extended generosity with your kindness and your words. And not only did you bring joy to somebody else, but to yourself, right? Like, a challenge. Here's another one. Whatever you do tomorrow, go for a walk. And when you walk down the street, look at somebody in the eye and just greet them with a smile and say good morning. It is a simple act of generosity that is guaranteed to light up their day and light up your day, right? So I think when it comes to generosity, extending it, that's why I really want to detach it just from money. It's more than money. Being generous, when you look in the mirror, do you see your failures? You're not alone if you do. Most of us do, right? But actually extending generosity yourself and saying, you know what? I'm wonderfully made. There is no one in the world like me. Sure, I've made mistakes, but those mistakes have made me strong. They've made me better. Like, you just extending that generosity to yourself in that way is literally life-changing, freedom giving. And it just allows you to experience, again, more of the beauty of life. So
that's great. Thanks so much. We're gonna we've posted about Glow. I'm gonna turn it over to Joy.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. Yeah, so in the comments, somebody posted about Lucas's nonprofit, so go check it out. It looks really cool. So lastly, we have one more speaker. Her name's Diana Wilson, and she'll be talking about building a new reality through God's original incubator. So just to briefly intro her, she is a Ghanaian American born in Newark, New Jersey. She attended the University of Virginia with a full scholarship from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and she has over $100,000 in other scholarships. Diana has an interdisciplinary major of sociology and women and gender studies, and she's traveled to 11 countries within 4 continents. Diana has won the Forbes 30 Under 30 Scholar Award, Davis Projects for Peace, Coca-Cola Scholarship, and the Equal Scholar Award. and she'll be talking a little bit about the nonprofit she started, Yielding Accomplished African Women. So without further ado, here is Diana.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and I hope you guys have had a phenomenal time. Thank you again for this amazing opportunity, and I just pray that the Lord blesses you through my talk today. So I thought it would be a great way to start by starting off with the Word of God. And so I wanted to start off with Genesis 2, verse 18, and the Word of God says, "And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him." In this verse, God says that without her, not just without any helper, but without a woman, the man's condition is not good. This is the first time recorded in the Word of God that God says something is not good. I want to continue to break down this verse and help us to understand what helper means here in the Hebrew. In the Hebrew, helper is azer, which means to help. But one thing that I found so interesting as I did my research on this word was that it occurs 21 times in the Old Testament. 2 times it refers to Eve. 3 times it refers to powerful nations that served as allies for Israel while they were in besiegement. And the other 16 times it refers to God as our helper. What does this mean? God's original intent in creation, with the wisdom that God has above all else and above everyone else, was to create woman and man and allow them to be partners in stewarding over his beautiful creation, which is earth. This world would not be good without women. God said that. Yet we have built our societies, we've built structures, we've built systems and practices in place that correlate with a directly opposite premise and theology. So how did the Lord allow this huge macro issue to come to me as a 21-year-old girl? He made this a micro moment for me. As I was going to Ghana, and I was in Ghana, I hadn't been there for over 16 years. I went back to the Cape Coast Castle. And for those who do not know, the Cape Coast Castle is the largest slave castle in Africa. After leaving the door of no return and smelling the remnants of African Americans still so strong as if they were just there yesterday, I walked out the door. And when you walk out the door, as you can see in this picture, you go up to the balcony. The balcony allows you to see the sea and see where the ships would have come in to collect human beings as meat, as property. And it was in that exact place that the Lord told me it was not only my time, but it was time for me to rise up and allow him to create an organization through me that would lift up and revitalize his last born woman. And so specifically, what I do is I focus on Black women. Lorenzo spoke about this, and I don't know if the Holy Spirit led him to say something that I was going to say as well. But Kombahi River Collective, if you have never read them, I would suggest you do. They made a quote that has stuck with me ever since I heard it. And it says that if Black women were free, it would mean that everyone else would have to be free. Because our freedom necessitates the destruction of all systems of oppression. When you look at Black women, and specifically women on the continent, the matrix of subjugation that we face on a daily basis is unlike any other. It's multifaceted, and it's both conjoined with the fact that we're Black and that we're women. You have issues of lower socioeconomic status. You have issues of a lack of education. You have damaging traditions that still to this day, many African countries do still allow female mutilization to their private areas in 2020. We have patriarchal superstructures that seem to permeate every facet of our life. And this is not just a story that an African woman like myself would come to you and tell you. This is hardwired into the statistics of Africa as a continent. By 2030, Africa is going to have the largest youth population. By 2050, more than 50% of our population is going to be considered youth. By global standards, 50% of this large youth population will be women. But where are our women at? How have we equipped them? How have we strengthened them? Currently, 32 million young African women are living in moderate to extreme poverty. $28 trillion of unrealized economic opportunity sits on the continent of Africa because of the disparity between women and men in the economic force. And we see that this is such a huge opportunity because McKinsey has shown in their studies that on average globally, a woman takes 90% of her income and reinvests it into her own healthcare, into her own nutrition, education, and community, as well as the people around her and her family. Women have been known from creation to be the helpers, to be the ones who can bring things together in a way that no one else but your grandma in the kitchen could, that your mom with the small amount that she had could. I grew up with a single mother, so I could tell you millions and one story about how she made nothing into something beautiful that I didn't even notice I was living in lack. It is a gift from God. It is a blessing from God that is endowed in women to give life and to be helpmates. And so as we sit on empowering our women, we're sitting on having an enhanced future. We're sitting on having an enhanced livelihood. And so the Lord gave me Yielding Accomplished African Women. It is an organization that seeks to bring back women into a mindset where they understand their purpose and their power. And additionally, give them the skill set to be able to be effective in some of the top industries in the world, being finance and tech. Our mission is to provide a gender-specific toolkit that allows them to succeed in the workplace. And some of you might be saying, why gender-specific? Because being a Black African woman at Google, which I am, is different than any other experience at Google. And there's ways that I show up and have to show up that makes sense for me that may not make sense for anyone else, and vice versa. And so I want us to go on a story, because I could tell you all of our statistics and I could show you that, which I will show you some, but I want to tell you about a story about our youngest alumna, who now is 20 years old, but 2 years ago when we first started this organization, she was 18. At the age of 18 years old, she had already graduated from university in Accra, Ghana, and graduated as the valedictorian of her class at 18. And if you look at her name, and any of you guys know who may know differences between names in different countries, she has a very Nigerian sounding name. That's because she is Nigerian. But because she lived in a war-torn part of Nigeria, raided with Boko Haram, her only opportunity for a college education was to go to Ghana. It was her saving grace. And when she went there and learned and studied computer sciences, I was at the top of her class. She had no job. She could only understand and code in very elementary languages. It was the summer after her senior year, and she had nowhere to go but back to Nigeria. Luckily, she saw our advertisement and she applied. That summer, by going through our rigorous Our Girls, Our Future program, she did over 150 hours of training, over 40 coding practicals, and my favorite part, 15 hours of community service. When we look at Elizabeth now, who's living in London, working as a software engineer at Bank of America, was one of the keynote speakers for Google's International Women's Day in London. There was a difference. There was a transformation that came. I call women the beginning and first incubators, because women have the capacity to take whatever they receive and bring so much more. That is why I wanted to show you what she received and what she brought out of it. And what the propensity of women across the world, if we just gave them the opportunity, if we just gave them a seat, if we just allowed them to build their own tables, what would be produced? Only God knows. But our organization is here to see that. And now to go through our work, we have 3 key programs. We have the Our Girls, Our Future program, which Elizabeth went through, which is our 12-month talent accelerator, starting with a 3-month summer boot camp. We have Africa's first professional STEM sorority. Building out these communities within universities across Africa allows us to not only reach more women, but also for them to reach each other. As we know, Peter writes, respect the brotherhood. There's something that's different when community comes along with you on the journey. And that's what we have created. And lastly, our regeneration programs. An ode to what Jesus Christ did for us at Calvary when he shed his blood, died and resurrected for us. He caused us to have regeneration. And through our regeneration programs, our conferences, our webinars, and our one-off programs with our partners, we, on a much smaller level, are working to do that soul work. And now I want to go into our impact. We are only 2 years old, and we've been able to train more than 800 women in more than 10 African countries and be able to have 100% of our graduating seniors get top tier roles. No, we're not only sending them to the UK to work at Bank of America. We're sending them to top startups across the continent of Africa. We're sending them to the Bank of Americas and the Goldman Sachs. We're also sending them to small and medium businesses within their local area. We serve as the first and the only finance and technology talent accelerator for women on the continent of Africa. And I want to next talk about the Women in Machine Learning program as another example of what God is doing to build up a generation of women who know who they are. Last year, actually, the Lord put it on my heart to create a Women in Machine Learning conference. Unbeknownst to me, this was the first of its kind. There's no other Women in Machine Learning conference on the continent of Africa. And now, starting with 100 people last year and moving to 1,000 women this year, we serve as the largest gathering of African women in machine learning and AI on the continent, bringing sponsors such as Google, such as MTN, and moving forward with Amazon, Microsoft, and the likes to come and be able to tap into what we're creating. We've placed our students at some brands that you may know and some brands that you may not know. We've taught them the skills to be able to show up and present and communicate and hone who they are as women of God. We pray every day that the love of God would be felt automatically when they come into this organization. And if I could share the amount of testimonials I have on the change in self-efficacy that has come just through being a part of our organization, it would show that our likely greatest feat is to show women that since creation till now, you're one of God's most prized possessions. And if no one in this world will tell you, and if structures will create ideas and ideologies that would show you something different, we're here to show you and to expose to you the voice of God. And so how can you help? I place this in here because so many of us hear about great organizations, care about the overall mission, but then sometimes it fizzles after that. And as my brother just spoke on generosity, I too hope that even if it's as small as following us on social media, that you would take the time to be generous, to change, and be a part of this legacy of impact that God is building. So firstly, with brand reputation, following us, being a part of our community engagements. There's so many times we need mentors and people to do mock interviews and people to be a part of the platform that we're creating. Secondly, with partnerships. Luckily, so many of us here hail from a company within Silicon Valley. We need these top corporations to be able to sponsor and provide opportunities, regardless of COVID or whatever is happening in this world. I'm someone who believes that when God has something to be done, it gets done, irregardless of what we see. And lastly, as a nonprofit, of course, we always need sponsorship. If that is you giving your time, you giving your money, you giving your energy to share one of our posts with someone who could even help us further, that is what we're asking for. As well as working with us to help companies across the world be able to hire, retain, and select these women across the continent of Africa as the people they will put within their headcount. And I just wanted to end on this so powerful quote from one of the most powerful men that I believe has ever walked this earth, which is Martin Luther King Jr. He says, human progress never rolls in on wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts of men willing to work to be co-workers with God. And without this hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the forces of social stagnation. I came here to share with you the importance of women being in the conversation, being at the table. But I also come here to call upon you, just as Jesus Christ calls upon all of us, to take up our cross daily and follow him. That I believe as a part of that is to support missions and organizations that are focusing on God's vision being deployed. And I'm praying that after this talk, you will also find the opportunity within our organization or within other organizations to support what God is doing on this earth. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks, Diana. That was a very inspiring talk, highlighting, how technology can empower women and help them to become more independent. So thank you. And now I will give the time over to John. I think we have maybe just 5 minutes or so for questions.
Absolutely. Diana, again, I agree with Joy. Really inspiring. It's clear this is a true blue passion talk. You have a ton of passion, and I love the Windmill conference, the WIML conference. So the question behind that we're getting is, are there more things that are needed for this conference? Like, there's so much that we have to learn from our brothers and sisters across the world that are making a lot of changes. I know myself, I've been personally mentored, but in like data science and machine learning from an engineer who's Nigerian, from Nigeria, and she's like an older sister to me. And so as I think about the way that she learned what she did and how she teaches me and others, the question that we get is, what about this conference too? Are there more specifics that you feel like are around there that you want to discuss too?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're knee deep in planning the 2020 version. We are actually going to be using Hopin, which is a Black-owned virtual conference platform. And we are looking for partners. So last year was the first year, and we partnered with Google and MTN as sponsors. And so we're looking for as many tech companies who have a focus on this and want to tap into the next generation of machine learning engineers within the continent of Africa, as well as any speakers. So we have a full list of people already, but if there's anyone that you would like to recommend or send my way, I'm happy to review.
That would be great. I had no idea this connection would come out of it, but yes, I definitely think, this engineering manager for machine learning at SurveyMonkey, she would be an amazing speaker for you all. So that's great. I'll definitely introduce you. But the next question we have is more about just how you have time to do what you do. Like, what keeps you going? What allows you to look beyond the United States to other nations and other stories, and to stay rooted? Because I think the question was, since you were going back and you're thinking back and forth, like in this cross-cultural way, like what allows you to have that power to think beyond and to take I don't know, I'm not saying this correctly, but take a reminder for, hey, there's this thing going on and I'm part of that. But in this other part of the world, absolutely, I'm still there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Great question. One, it's the Holy Spirit. Only by the power of the Holy Spirit have I been able to do any of this. I currently work full-time at Google, as I said before, and I work also full-time, as I like to say, with my NGO. And in this time, the Lord has also given me a couple of businesses that I'm building up off the ground. So it's only the grace. Second of all, it's my mother's story. My mother came to this country at 19 years old from Ghana. And she sacrificed her level of attainment so that my siblings and I could be able to attain whatever we wanted to achieve. And so my mom has been a nighttime nurse for over 30 years. And for any of you guys know about the graveyard shift, it is one of the worst shifts for your health ever. And so she's been doing this for 30 plus years to take all of my siblings to college. And I really want to provide those women like my mom with the opportunity that they don't have to always come across different borders and immigrate, but they can build where they are and know who they are from a very young age. And so, yes.
That's great. We're out of time, but if there's others that have questions that can follow up, absolutely, we will connect them with you. And we're going to transition into our third session with Danielle Parish. But before that, let's get a quick closing from Joy Chiew. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I just wanted to close very briefly. I know we're running out of time, but I wanted to first thank all the organizers. Thank you, John, for moderating the session, and for the speakers for making this session possible. It's been a really great session with lots of different topics to think about, and thank you, audience, for asking your questions, for being engaged. So I wanted to highlight that we've covered a lot today, but the conversation obviously won't stop here. There's way more to talk about, and there are different initiatives that can help you continue those conversations. So I wanted to highlight a couple of them. So the first one is allthingsnew.tech, which is the blog and podcast I had mentioned earlier, and I'm also, John and I are also part of. I will put the calls to action on social media since we're a little bit out of time, but we hope that you will visit our website. We hope that you'll follow us on social media, and also listen to our podcast episode next week featuring Angela Blancafor, who is one of the organizers. So we hope that you'll find that resource meaningful. And the second one, which I'll also post, is an online event hosted by a group called Tech for Christ. It's a worship event happening at the end of August 28th. It's going to be a worship event panel and Q&A session. And I will give you information for how to register. And there's one other organization we partner with that I wanted to give a shout out, Faith Tech. That's also a really great way to engage with theology and technology. So please also visit their website as well. And with that, I will close. And again, thank you, everyone. It's been great. And back to John.
Thanks, Joy. It's a true honor and privilege to be with you all. That was a great discussion. We have our third and final session starting now at 3:30. So, keep in step with us. We have something really exciting that I'm going to introduce. And as Joy mentioned, I have the privilege of getting to work with her as the director of content at All Things New. We also work with Angelo Blancafor. Tomorrow, there's another full day of conference sessions where Angelo will be the conference co-chair. And small world, like she mentioned, he's also working with us at allthingsnew.tech. So there we go. Now on to our final conversation for today. We have the joy and the opportunity to speak to Pastor Danielle Parish, and she is speaking to us from Spark Church, and she has a panel of folks gathered that will be able to speak to the realities that we're facing today with the Black Lives Matter moment and the calls for gospel justice and the calls for economic changes and new realities of how to help communities thrive. Pastor Danielle is at the forefront of this conversation with her congregation. They've been thinking about this, talking about it. They've been demonstrating and trying to help the church move forward. And so she's going to be moderating this session. I'm going to kick it over to her and enjoy.
Thank you, John, and thank you everyone for being here. I'm going to work on sharing my screen here in just a moment, and we should be able to get everything all set up. Okay, can you guys all see that? Let's see, one more click. All right, are we all great?
Looks great.
Great, thanks. Well, thank you so much. As John mentioned, I'm Pastor Danielle, and I'm from Spark Church here in Palo Alto. And I first just want to kind of address the fact that I am a white girl. That's what I want to talk about. I am like one little bit top of the pile, and I want to acknowledge my privilege in this conversation, and that I don't want to center my voice in particular, which is why we're going to have a panelist of Sparkers continue to talk about gospel justice and racial justice in particular. But I also want to be able to share with you what I'm passionate about and what I've been just gifted to be part of in the Spark community as the pastor there. That we started the church about 7 years ago, and we're really grateful to be there and part of this incredible community pursuing what we call gospel justice. So obviously we are in a season where our brother George Floyd's voice cried out and the world started to listen. This was by far not the first voice that has called out, nor the loudest one even right now, or the most important voice in our entire conversation. It was just the one that, whether it was because people were paying attention as a result of pandemic or what, finally somebody and the globe really started to pay attention. So since then, and since our brother George's death and murder, we have every Sunday at Spark been protesting as a result of leadership of our Sparkers all along the different intersections of El Camino in Palo Alto, safe for COVID, silent protest, trying to witness to injustice and trying to put a call forth for justice in this world. We've been doing that as part of our Spark community, and the congregation where Spark rents space is a Jewish synagogue. I don't know if there's anything other than a Jewish synagogue. It's a synagogue named Congregation Eitz Chaim in Palo Alto, and their leaders and rabbis and friends of ours have also been coming and demonstrating with us on that corner. We've been really grateful for that. So as a result of that, I think Nicole Dickens, this amazing Sparker of ours and part of the Passion Talk community and leadership, asked us to share a little bit of how we got here and what has shaped our pursuit of gospel justice and what made these protests, as well as lots of others, sort of the natural next step for our community as followers of Jesus. The first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that when we started Spark Church 7 years ago, plus now, we created this community based on these 5 values together. The values that drive Spark are love, reputation, reconciliation, rescue, and resurrection. And you can see that those 5 values have further explanations that you can go on our website and look at. But I would just like to let you know that everything that we do at Spark is seen through this lens, seen and measured through the lens of these values. Like, is that something that loves God and loves our neighbor? Is this action that we're taking going to push forward the reputation of God in our community, or will our behaviors detract from the reputation of God in our community? How do we see this as through the ministry of reconciliation that Christ has given us? How do we see this expressed as our participation in that ministry of reconciliation? And believing that we have a God of rescue who's rescued all of us out of our own personal Egypts and sin and death. How are we expressing that rescue into the world? And then how do we express, yes, the incredible, miraculous belief that God can even bring life from the dead? So that is what we gauge everything on. And I would say the first thing that really would be a question as we think about Spark taking certain actions for gospel justice is we would ask, does it meet our value set? And the way that we got these, they weren't just like ideas that we thought, oh, that sounds nice, or really like, you know, Silicon Valley or whatever it might be. We got them from the Bible. So very quickly, as then we kind of give a platform for where we get our ethic of gospel justice and these values living out in our community and in the world, let me take you all the way back to in the beginning. Very much Spark lands on a grand narrative and a large conversation, sort of like 30,000 foot view of the scriptures. And so we try to take everything as a whole. And from the very beginning, we see that God has said, let us make humankind in our image according to our likeness. And then God says, that's very good, right? After God has made this, has made all of humanity. So from the very set of the very beginning of the scriptures, we are told that every human being we encounter on the face of this earth is made in the image of God, in the likeness of God, and then we would honor that creation in the other person. So from the very beginning, we honor the divine in one another, we honor the creator in one another, and we start to try our very best to see God's handiwork in the other person. In the garden, then, at the very beginning, as image bearers, we are given the job right away to guard, to keep, to protect. And yet, very quickly, after a sneaky snake incident, as I'm sure you're all aware of, within just a few short verses, short chapters, we have the first death and the first murder, right? This first death, this first murder is a brother against a brother. So from that very point, we would see at Spark, because of how the Bible teaches, that every loss of life taken, every life taken from the hand of a human being to another hand of a human being is fratricide, right? It is brother against brother, brother against sister, sister against sister, that we are seeing siblings take one another's life. From that point then, in our narrative, after the Abrahamic covenant and the blessing of all nations on earth will be blessed, but also the unique part that says that Abraham, your descendants, will be enslaved for 400 years. We jump forward to the book of Exodus, where God has heard the cries of his people. They don't even know to cry out God's name. They're just crying because of the suffering of slavery. And they cry out to God, and God pushes through and sets them free. So we see at the very beginning of our text, as that holistic move, that God is a God that does not condone slavery, that pushes through to see rescue in this world, and that would rescue and see justice come for his own people. And we would argue also for the Egyptians, who still needed themselves to be set free from this sin of slavery. From the point then of freedom, the Israelites are not just given freedom from slavery, but they are given freedom for a purpose. And the purpose is to join in a covenant. Really, it's set up sort of almost like a marriage covenant with God, to join in this beautiful covenant of Torah, of commands and instructions, where God then creates, yes, systems, societies, a people that will be a kingdom of priests that rule and reign as God is their king, and that God in this will give them these instructions to set up a place where the marginalized are centered. And we can show you thousands of verses where God is talking about his concern for the oppressed. Here's one in Deuteronomy chapter 10, verses 17 through 19. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, mighty and awesome, who is not partial and takes no bribe, and who executes justice for the orphan and the widow, and who loves the strangers, providing them food and clothing. You shall also love the stranger, for you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. Right away, God sets the narrative for the Israelites as, remember what it felt like, you yourselves, to be enslaved. Remember what it felt like to be a stranger, and make sure that you don't make anybody else feel that way. So oftentimes in academic literature, these little portions here of the orphan, the widow, and the stranger, this is often referred to as the Holy Trinity. Obviously not the Holy Trinity we speak of as Christians, but it is still these three together, orphans, widows, strangers, popping up over and over and over again in our biblical text. Deuteronomy proceeds forward. You must not distort justice. You must not show partiality in Deuteronomy 16. And this verse, justice, and only justice you shall pursue, so that you may live and occupy the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Right? This is a covenant that we are engaged with God, that we had promises to keep, that we would pursue justice, and that would be first and foremost in our mind as we create this community that God has called us to. Now, at the foot of Mount Sinai, then, Israel says, yes, we want to do these things, and this is the world that we want to create, and we take on God's instructions, God's commands, to create a system and a society that is distinctly different than the ones that we have been part of, and actually quite unique in the entire ancient Near Eastern world. The book Created Equal by Joshua A. Berman sort of tracks through the uniqueness of these commands that God has given Israel. And he says, if there was one truth the ancients held to be self-evident, it was that all men were not created equal. If we maintain today that, in fact, they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, then it's because we have inherited, as part of our cultural heritage, notions of equality that were deeply entrenched in the ancient passages of the Pentateuch. From the very beginning, God has been creating a place, a community, a system that is just and that is concerned with centering those who are marginalized in the society and making sure that they have equal access to justice and to leadership. God looks on the heart, not on the outside. As our narrative then continues, and Sparkers take great pride in continuing to push through this study, we see the prophets calling out these same covenantal promises and agreements that they have made, that the Israelites have made with God. Isaiah at the very beginning, in Isaiah chapter 1, verses 11 and following, and this is just a little bit, says, what to me is the multitude of your sacrifices, says the Lord. I have had enough of burnt offerings, of rams, of fat-fed beasts. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or lambs of goats. Like, basically, I don't care about your worship. I don't care how nice your songs are. I don't care how good you feel when you sing them. I don't care how powerful it is. When you come appear before me, who asked this from your hand? Trample my courts no more. Bringing offerings is futile, and sense is an abomination to me. Even though you make prayers, I will not listen, because your hands are full of blood. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, remove the evil from before my eyes, cease to do evil, learn to do good. And how do you do that? You seek justice, you rescue the oppressed, you defend the orphan, and you plead for the widow. This is what we are called to do. The prophets on and on, whether you're looking at Amos and justice flowing down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, or grabbing the Micah 6:8 verse that we see on bumper stickers all around, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. We see over and over again the prophetic response to Israel not fulfilling their covenant is to call them back to the ways of justice, because these are the ways of the Lord our God who brought us up out of Egypt. In fact, I would argue that the prophets are saying over and again that when we neglect our pursuit of justice, we are breaking the covenant and we abandon our prophetic role in the world. And I would like to submit that we have done that today too as the church, that when we have neglected our pursuit of justice, we've broken our covenant promises with God, and we've abandoned and lost our prophetic voice and role in this world. Jesus continues in this prophetic line, doesn't he? Now, I have to say that as we started Spark, one of the things that was a deep shaping of our starting of this community was the fact that my husband, Kevin, and I have spent a lot of time in the Middle East. We've lived in Jerusalem and Israel. We've studied there. We've traveled throughout the Middle East. And the more we studied Jesus in historical, cultural context, the more compelled we became by this good news and gospel and by this prophetic call for justice. I don't want anyone listening to think, oh, they're in California, therefore they're in the Bay Area and they're a little bit Berkeley adjacent, and that's why they have these progressive values or this pursuit of justice. We are not primarily shaped by those values, though of course we're in this context. We are shaped by the biblical call for justice and by the person of Jesus. In Mark chapter 12, Jesus is asked, what is the number one commandment? And we say this every single Sunday at Spark because Jesus says it and we want to follow him. And he says, hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with everything you've got, with your heart, with all soul, with might, and love your neighbor as yourself. He says the second is like unto it. We see all of the values of Spark expressed in this full commandment. And that first word, hear, O Israel, the word hear in Hebrew is Shema, and it can mean listen, pay attention, but it also has the connotation of obey. Now, we recognize that we fall short of this all the time, but this is our aim and our goal, to follow the commandments of Jesus and to try to pursue our way through this biblical practice. Jesus over and over again continues to call us to actual action steps in care and concern for the marginalized and the oppressed. And not only does he call us to love our neighbor, but very unique to the person of Jesus, he calls us to even love those we would consider enemies, because when we do so, we are like God who loves all. And Jesus says, greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for one's friends. So a sacrificial call of love, an understanding of what is happening for your sister, for your brother, that is what is pursuing and pushing our call for gospel justice. Of course, Jesus's sort of penultimate expression of all this is in Matthew 25, when he says, whenever you don't care for the hungry, the thirsty, the imprisoned, the sick, the oppressed, you don't care for me. And whenever you do these things, you do care for me. So in all of that, that is sort of the anchor and the girding for how we pursue these things. We see in the life of Jesus that Jesus goes to those on the margins, he listens to those on the margins, learns from those on the margins, advocates for those on the margins, loves those on the margins, invites those on the margins, invites them to lead, invites them to have their voices centered. He invites them to join us and join him in loving all of those on the margins, including ourselves, and building his movement with those on the margins. And so our call really at Spark is, will we follow him? And of course, then pursuing for the rest of our text, we see in the epistles with the Apostle Paul, this incredibly radical statement that in Christ, there's neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female, all one in Christ Jesus. We see calls for justice in the book of James. If you really keep the royal law as found in the scripture, that Shema, the love your neighbor and the love your neighbor as yourself, you are doing right. But if you show favoritism, you sin and are convicted by the law as lawbreakers. I don't know right here, racism is showing favoritism. It is systems that are set up that put certain persons in our context, white male, up at the top of the pile, and then build a system around that. The Bible calls this sin and says that when we do these things, we have shown favoritism and we're convicted by the law as lawbreakers. So for Sparkers, we have seen that the gospel and justice are inseparable. We hear that call of James, who says, what good is it, my brothers and sisters, if someone claims to have faith but has no deeds? Can such faith save them? Suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, or I would say the prayer and accept Jesus into your heart, but we don't do anything about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. We see that loving our brother and our sister, loving our neighbor, loving those we perceive to be enemies is a call of Christ that should change the world around us and should change our very lives. And it is how we fulfill the gospel. We understand that as we are made in the image of God, descendants of Abraham, heirs to the covenantal promises of God, disciples of Jesus, called to obey and bring about the gospel, we'll ask the question, am I my brother's keeper? Way back to that first fratricide, brother against brother death in Genesis. And the answer we would say is yes. Yes, we are. We are our brothers and our sisters' keeper. The gospel is inseparable from justice. And in fact, I would argue that the gospel, good news, does not happen if justice is not happening. Now, we can have all the theological debates about seeing justice in the world to come. And yes, when we pray, your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven, that is our anticipated promise. But that should not pull us aside from the good work of gospel justice in this world. So when we pursue justice, we are doing through these lenses. So what now? How do we continue to do this, not just as Spark, but as larger communities? So I would say that our first step is to repent. We must first acknowledge the fact that we have been beneficiaries, participants. The church in particular, the white evangelical church in particular, has much to repent for, and then to start to remember the cloud of witnesses that have come before us, to remember that we are part of this ancient tradition stretching all the way back to Abraham and before, where we are created in the image of God, called to do good things in this world and created for these good works. When we stretch back in this cloud of witnesses, we don't only remember and study the people of the text, we remember those in the early church. The apostate Julian emperor, Julian, he was the last Roman emperor that was a non-Christian. And he was angry with the Christians. And he said this about the Christian community: nothing has contributed to the progress of the superstition of the Christians as their charity to strangers. The impious Galileans provide not only for their own poor, but for ours as well. Julian blamed Christianity's growth on the generosity and the justice work that Christians in the Galilee were doing. And then to leap way forward, we can skip several 2,000 years of history, we'll find that in our own American church history, there have been Christian fathers and mothers who have made justice work inseparable with the proclamation of the good news of Jesus Christ. Charles Finney declared in 1934 in his sermon that, it should be 1834, that he could not recognize men as Christians if they trafficked in the bodies and souls of fellow men. And he refused as early as 1833 to allow slaveholders to commune in his church, saying, I do not baptize slavery by some soft Christian name if I call it a sin, and its perpetrators cannot be fit subjects for Christian communion and fellowship. This was in the early 1800s. We have to remember Sojourner Truth, who called out the need to see the slaveholder set free as well as the slave. Lucretia Mott in the late 1700s and 1800s, who said, I have no idea of submitting tamely to injustice inflicted either on me or on the slave. I will oppose it with all the moral powers with which I am endowed. I am no advocate of passivity. Lucretia Mott, Sarah and Angelica Grimke, who said that this slavery sin is the sin which the church is fostering in her bosom in 1836. This is leprosy over which she is casting the mantle of charity to hide, if possible, the putrefying sores. Can you any longer, with your eyes fixed upon the cross of Christ, plant your foot on his injured representative and sanction and sanctify this heart-breaking and soul-destroying system? We have brothers and sisters over and over again in our family of Christ who've called out and demanded that the proclamation of Jesus means equal justice for all. We have brothers and sisters who laid down their lives for the Jews who are being assassinated and annihilated in Germany. We have in our own most recent history, civil rights heroes, John Lewis, Martin Luther King, and so many others who marched and said that this is the love of God. This is the love that transforms. This is how we see the beloved community that Christ had talked about. So we remember our roots. And that's one of the ways that we can remember and pursue this gospel justice. We listen. At Spark, we have done so much trying to listen, trying to study and understand, trying to hear different speakers coming on in. We have spent time with our Jewish brothers and sisters, our Muslim brothers and sisters, listening to how they have been harmed by people who've claimed the name of Jesus. And we've tried to see reconciliation work happen in these spaces. So as we've listened and learned and studied over and over and over again, whether it's on behalf of the refugee or those incarcerated in our systems here in the prison, school to prison pipeline, or whether it is listening to children at the border, we are listening and trying to learn, and then we call out injustice. Now, I grew up in a home where I was told not to discuss religion or politics with strangers, which was why I became a pastor and I was a poli-sci major in college. So I understand that when we talk about some of these things, for some of us, we hear politics. I want to let you know, I don't hear politics. I hear justice. I don't think this is a Democrat or Republican issue, and it is not my problem if a political party starts to grab one of these issues and try to make it partisan. I am called by the gospel and the commands of Jesus to pursue justice. This is a picture of my friend, Pastor Marcus, who will be on our panel in just a few moments with his father. And I love this shirt. Justice ain't political, it's biblical. And then all of the Bible verses on the back. Maybe we all just need to start wearing this and reminding ourselves around. This is a fantastic tweet from Marcus Haley. Maybe some of you follow him on Twitter. He says, is this a social justice church? Is Spark a social justice church? To me, that's like saying, is this a book library or a food grocery store? We are a church. And because we follow Christ, we are called, among other things, to pursue justice. So that's what we try to do at Spark. We try to pursue justice, whether it is trying to show solidarity for those killed worshiping at a Bible study, whether it is to show solidarity for those who are being discriminated against because of their faith, or those who are being held out in difficult situations as a result of war or climate change or whatever it is, and unable to find refuge, wherever it might be, we are going to find ourselves standing there. So what I want to encourage us all to do is to embrace discomfort and to get brave. This is not easy. It is hard work. And we will at times make giant mistakes. We will want to cower in fear, but we want to call you to this good work because we believe it is the way of Jesus. And then once we have done these things, we're going to encourage everybody to repeat it again and again and again. In Pirkei Avot, the saying of the fathers, an early rabbinic writing from the 2nd century CE, it says this: you are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. You aren't obligated to solve all of the social ills or to solve every justice challenge that we have in our community, but you're not free to desist from it either. We are called to do these things because Jesus himself said, if you love me, keep my commands. And we want to keep Jesus's commands. So that's what we do at Spark. We are striving, all of us, from myself and everyone else, to inspire people to live the way of Jesus, to see the world through this lens of magnificent love on display for us through the Father's love for the Son and through the Father's love for the world. So that is what we are trying to do. But I want to let you know that as we now are going to move in a few moments to question and response, this is not something I do on my own. This is not something I do because I think it's a good idea. It is something I do with a community of people. And so in a few moments, I'll introduce you to our panelists who are board members and pastors at Spark and who help us do all this good work. And we're going to be asking them a few questions as we go through that process. Okay? Does that sound good? So I'll invite the board up here in just a moment, our panel, and we'll get ready. All right, John, I think I'll turn it over to you for a moment and we'll get the panelists up. And panelists, if you would like to show us your video screens here, then we can start to share your photos here. Thank you, everyone. All right, John, what's the best way to make this work, do you think?
Yeah, the best way is So when we get questions that come in, and Pastor Danielle, you did an amazing job just taking us to church. There's so many comments on all the threads, but let's stay in that mindset. Let's stay in church and really dig into what God is just testifying through your congregation too. And so if you know somebody has a story and there's a question that relates to them, I would just say for you, if you'd like to toss it over to them, I think that would be a great
Perfect.
call. I don't know.
So then what I'd like to ask the panelists to do, hi all, hi friends. I would like you guys to state your name, maybe what your role has been at Spark, and how you got started on your own journey of pursuing gospel justice, if it's something that's relatively new to you in regard with your practice of your faith, or how you've been pursuing, when did that start for you? How did it start for you? That would be my first question. So shall we start? Raise your hand if you want to be first. All right, Stacy, go ahead.
So hi, everyone. My name's Stacy Arevalo. I'm a founding member and a board member at Spark Church. I first got into this lifestyle of following Jesus and being oriented to gospel justice really my junior year of college. In the same quarter as I was learning about injustice in our public education system, I started going to church again. And it was impossible to talk about racial justice in my class at UCLA without also hearing God's response to that in sermons, even at the Southern Baptist church that I was attending at the time. It was impossible to not see how God and our text has an answer to all of the injustices that I was learning about in our public education system. And so that quarter, I rededicated my life to Christ, and I decided to become a high school teacher, making sure that students of color and students who've been marginalized have access to higher education. So for me, those things are so deeply intertwined that I can't imagine following Jesus without pursuing justice, specifically racial justice in our country. And I can't imagine being a teacher in the context that I am without having Jesus to show me the way and to give me a community of people who are striving for a world that looks very different from the world today.
Thank you, Stacy. Who else would like to introduce themselves? Go ahead, Tom.
So I'm relatively new to justice, probably about 5 years old now. And in some respects, it's a little sad and it makes me feel a little ashamed because justice, as Danielle was saying, is just so critical. It is a part of Jesus's message. If you look in Luke 4, Jesus's first real sermon where there's content, he says he came to preach good news to the poor. And the poor wasn't just those who are economically disadvantaged, but people who were on the margins, people who were oppressed, people that didn't have privilege. And so I went to a church, and it's a good church. I went to a white evangelical church. We emphasize Matthew 28, 19, and 20. Let's make disciples. And that is good. We should. And so that's a lot of evangelism. We talked a lot about being filled with the Spirit, love and kindness and patience. All that is good. But justice was lacking. And it's just critical that we have to have it. So fortunately for me, I have people that speak into my life. And so you see Stacy that just spoke, or Marcus who just spoke, and so many other people who have told me their stories. And if you hear these stories, you realize that there is something wrong in America. There really is. It's racism, it's sexism, it's anti-Semitism. And I feel as a person of faith, it is my moral obligation to stand up and say something.
Pastor Danielle, you're on mute. Oh no, go ahead, Marcus.
Thank you. Pastor Marcus, go ahead.
Real fast. I won't go real fast. Short of it is, I came to Jesus about it'll be 20 years. Jesus, wow, coming to know Jesus in October, and I kind of went through the typical evangelical phase, and staunch kind of just party line. However, what also big I could never escape the fact that I was Black, and it always felt subtly that there was aspects of the culture that were kind of asking me to forget or lay aside being Black in my experience. And that never sat well with me. It never sat well with me. And there's also a little bit of a balance because of the way it was presented in the political evangelical culture. It was like presented in the ways like, oh, being in these particular circles like makes you a sellout, and that you're it feels like you're caught between two worlds. And as far as like justice goes, you just keep pushing. And I oftentimes say that really 2008 was a pivotal moment for me. As far as like making some true qualitative decisions. And it really wasn't like the election of Barack Obama. It was actually the passing of Prop 8 in California. And it wasn't so much as that I was like a party line like with same-sex marriage, but part of me just on a real rational, let me separate it, being a church for a second, was like, I don't understand why we as a church, as an organization, went so hard for a law that was between like two consenting adults, and like the government just wants to acknowledge it. Like I literally, like, it just never kind of sat well with me. And then, you saw the picture with my father, that shirt. Pops was a typical teenager in the late 60s. So he was almost like Black Panther-ish, but not Black Panther. But he would tell us stories about, riding in the back of the bus when he was like 5 years old, and his experiences, and my maternal grandfather would tell me stories. Mom would tell me particular stories too. Part of the questioning also came from the fact that they always had us reading books about Black history. So I never, except like something inside of me, and I definitely think it was Jesus, can never separate like the justice and radicalism, and certain teachings, because just as we mentioned, Dr. King, very interesting. Like even as I got older, I'm like, the Dr. King that I was kind of told about, and the Dr. King who gets celebrated is different, it's just different. And so but definitely he was a man driven by his faith. And so, so those are kind of like what has poured into justice, and then sparked, opportune time, opportune place, and hey, love them. And so definitely fit with that vibe.
Fantastic. Thank you. Pastor Kevin, would you like to go next, or Pamela?
I think I heard my name,
okay,
unless
go
Pamela
ahead.
wants to go. I mean, it's hard to answer a question that's already been answered for you. I mean, I would echo and plus one what everyone else has said. I guess the only other things that I'll add to that is that I have two philosophies, I suppose, that really radically transformed my faith journey. One was that all truth is God's truth. And I don't remember where I picked that up from, but many years ago, that radically shifted what I was supposed to learn and what I was not supposed to learn when you grow up in more fundamentalist circles. So when you learn that all truth is God's truth, then there's nothing that you have to be concerned about learning if you want to discover who God is. And then the second, a philosophy that dovetails with that I picked up a couple years later, was that the opposite of fear is not courage, but curiosity. And so once you accept that philosophy, that if you are concerned that racial justice or Black Lives Matter or any of these things, that phrases and words that people use, evokes within you a concern or a fear about what's going on in our socio-political context, the human tendency is to lean into protecting my emotional fear, like the thing that I'm concerned about. But if you recognize that the opposite of fear is not courage, and like now I just got to dig down stronger into the thing that I already believe, which is confirmation bias and all sorts of psychological pitfalls. Once you accept that curiosity is actually the answer, then it allows you the freedom to dig everywhere. And what I have found, I will speak for myself, but I think this is true for all of humanity, because that's just my general philosophy, is I think we're all pretty ignorant. And our objective should be to learn. Seek first to understand. And I think too often, most people and especially Christians who know God, are very quick to seek to be understood first, without stopping to seek first to understand, what is Black Lives Matter? What is racial justice? Tell me what all of this is going, and then you start learning. And so that's what leads us to the reading, studying, listening, and then everything else that Pastor Danielle presented. And then of course, my co-panelists have already mentioned. So those will just be two additional pieces that would add to the conversation.
Thank you, Pastor Kevin. Pamela? We can't quite hear you, Pamela. I don't know if you can. She's almost with us. Poor Pamela. Oh, it's so fun, this tech. If we were in a room, we'd be able to hear you.
Yeah, because her Zoom is unmuted, it's probably how her audio is wired on whatever device that she's using. So I'm not sure.
We'll give you a minute, Pamela, and see if you're able to figure out the audio situation. We love you. We can't wait to hear from you. Okay, so panelists, while we're waiting for Pamela to join us, with her audio, can I ask you a question? Is there a distinction, or how would you respond to the distinction between racial reconciliation and racial justice? And I think that those are two different framings, and maybe, I guess what I am wondering about how you live out what you might do on an individual level versus what you also understand us needing to do either on a systems level or with an organizational level at Spark or those types of things. That makes sense. How do you guys try to toggle between reconciliation and justice, particularly around the idea of race?
Who wants to go? I would, if you were to do some sort of categorization, justice is the overall umbrella of what we might think about of our work. Reconciliation, reform, conversations, all that stuff falls under that umbrella. How different people engage with this particular topic could all fall under the umbrella of justice, because justice is that kind of all-encompassing term. Biblically, justice could also mean charity. So you're giving a strong sense of charity to one another, which means that you are welcoming their ideas and their thoughts, and your graciousness to one another, etc. And then reconciliation, of course, is to bring things back together, that which is broken. So reconciliation, in my mind, has a much more biblical thematic idea to it, that which was broken, again, going all the way back to Genesis. And then justice, I mean, Danielle already said it all. Justice is the system that we want to establish. So.
I think the reason why I wanted to ask that is because I think sometimes, oh, Pamela, are you with us? Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so please introduce yourself and then tell us about how and when you started forming your pursuit of gospel justice, and particularly within relationship of the church as well with your faith.
So I am also a founding member and part of the board and part of the prayer team and a lot of other things at Spark. My journey for gospel justice and racial justice is there is no beginning. It's a life journey. It wasn't, this isn't something that was offered by choice. This is something that's just part of who I am and part of my family. It's been with dealing with the challenges that I've seen my parents deal with and advocate for me as I was growing up, and as a Black woman dealing with different biases and struggles for people to see me for who I am instead of, the color of my skin. And also as a parent, advocating for not just my kids, but all kids to be treated fairly, to be understood for who they are, and the inner person that they are. So, and I also connect with, other communities that are also faced with racial treatment and biases. The thing that resonates, though, for me is being a part of Spark, a church that's willing and open to listening, learning, and understanding the challenges of all people. That's not the case in many of the places that I have gone to throughout my Christian life. And so it means a tremendous amount to be able to worship with a body that I can bring my whole self. And I can talk about all of the challenges that I have as a Black person in the Black community. And I can also use that to understand others within the congregation who have similar challenges. One of the things that I found out as we had our book club discussions and just the conversations, the many conversations that we've had, is that we have so much more in common than we have that's different. And so embracing those challenges and being able to stand together as a congregation and as a team has really been a turning point, I can say, in my Christian walk and having a body like this. So it means a great deal.
Thank you all for sharing. I am reflecting on the responses that you all gave and how beautiful and fascinating it is that so many Christians, non-Black Christians or Christians that are not persons of color, perceive this as optional or something that, I kind of got into it like it's like a Christian fad at some point. Like I used to go to this kind of church, but now I'm going to this kind of church and maybe I'll go. Whereas I think Pamela and Marcus both beautifully illustrated, if you are born a minority in our culture, it is not something you get to choose. You don't get to decide someday that you might be concerned about justice or racial justice or racial reconciliation. It is a calling that you are enlisted into right away as a result of the way that our society is functioning and working. So I just call out even the question has so much privilege behind it, right? Like, when was it something you became awakened to or decided to pursue or decided to be part of your walk with Christ? And that typically, not always, but often can come from people for whom it's just not been a pressure point or an examined need in their life to have to find a church or find a faith community or a body of believers in which these realities can be talked about, prayed about, and tackled in those communities. So actually, it's one of the questions that's come through. It's, while I agree that justice is biblical, our culture seems to have unfortunately turned it into something that's political. So what do you think is a good starting point for conversations to have with Christians who don't put the two and two together, right? That justice is actually a biblical issue and not a political one. And I'll just say first, like, read the Bible. Like, I don't know but like, if you read it, chronologically over cover to cover, and you're doing so with some study, a guide, you can find these things right away. But maybe there's some of our favorite resources out there that we could kind of toss out. I'd love to hear from the panel. What first steps would you give somebody who's trying to have that conversation with that brother or sister in Christ, but who's not yet made the connection that the pursuit of justice is good news, right? That is the proclamation of the gospel as we proclaim Christ. Who would like to go first? Kevin, are you nodding? You have some resources you'd recommend? Go ahead.
You know me. I'm always
ready. Yeah.
I'm going to say something that I think is going to possibly vote me off the island.
We're already there.
But you mentioned, read the Bible. So that's step one. But there's also another factor. I have this blog post, podcast idea in my head. What's the number one context that nobody ever talks about in Bible college and in seminary? And it's the most important context when it comes to interpreting these passages and interpreting Jesus. So if you take a hermeneutics class, you're going to learn about cultural context, historical context, linguistic context, grammatical context. You're going to learn about all that context. And the one thing I was never taught in seminary is that I have a context. My particular lens that I bring to the Bible is also shaping how I view the text and what it is saying and what it means. And nobody has ever taught me that. That was something that I had to pick up reading literary scholars and just other philosophers and stuff like that. And once you recognize that, so if somebody has a commitment to Jesus, I would actually ask the question, who is this Jesus and what does that Jesus stand for? Because oftentimes we can actually have a commitment to something other than Jesus and then put the Jesus and Christian label on it. You can actually have a commitment to a political party or to a particular ideology, and then you put Jesus as the label on that. And you're not actually worshiping or following the historical person of Yeshua, ben Yosef of Nazareth. You're actually worshiping your own idea. It's what's called totemism in sociology, that you erect a pole that is a representation of your traits and values, the things that you find worthy, and then you worship. It's basically self-idolatry. And so when I have conversations, or if I were to ever have a conversation with somebody who says that they're committed to Jesus, I would actually want to ask, is it really Jesus? And again, back to the curiosity question, this is why what we have found ourselves in is to do the historical work and ask the question, who really was this person that I'm claiming to follow? What was that context? And to recognize that even my context might color how I read. And so I have to do the work to make sure that I lay that down and ask the question, what did all of this mean to Jesus, to the early disciples, et cetera, et cetera. So there's obviously a lot more to that, but I'll offer that as.
No, that's fantastic, because I do think so much of what has gotten the non-Black and members of Spark to the place where they are ready to recognize their own biases, their own participations in systems of privilege, and their own ways that they've read the text with these biases has been the historical cultural study. It's been going and hiking in Israel and trying to go, oh, well, that, how do these things work and function? It's been trying our very best to get back and hear it as the ancients heard it at that time. That has really opened people up. I would suggest, like, members who have not particularly experienced these systemic injustices, but has opened themselves up to a more contextual reading, historically contextual reading of Jesus's words, of Moses's words, and others. So I appreciate that. Anyone else want to chime in on that? Like, what's a good starting point for the Christian that just says, I think this is political and not biblical?
Yeah. I would encourage them that it's both. It is also political. And I think we're called to have an influence in a political realm. Pastor Kevin will often say that political, however, does not mean partisan. So the word political in our context often means Democrat or Republican, progressive, liberal, or conservative. And we're not talking about that binary, but we are hoping to impact the politics and the structures of our earth right now, on earth as it is in heaven. That's literally in the prayer that Jesus tells us to pray. And so I would want to encourage people to not be afraid of being political. I would encourage people that in the same ways that many churches and many people from pulpits preach that we should vote a certain way, that the church is already very political in this country, and that we have the opportunity to show other Christians and to show non-Christians that political can mean something very different than it has historically in the US. I also see it as just so essential to what we're called to do as Christians, that, like, we'll sing "My life is not my own," and we preach that our money is not our own. Our privilege is not our own. How can we spend our lives? How can we spend our money? How can we spend our privilege to help shape this upside down kingdom that Jesus paints for us so beautifully in the Gospels? Brittany Packnett Cunningham, who's a Christian Black activist and educator, wrote a whole essay on spend your privilege. And to me, it was so Christian. And when I shared it with non-Christian friends, it was mind-boggling to them. They did not have that framework. And so I think that Christians have a very unique and very powerful value set already to do immense work in this field. I've had conversations all week as we're getting ready for the school year with my colleagues, most of whom are not Christian and don't come from that background. And some of the conversations around racial justice in our classrooms and our school are quite stilted because we don't share that same context necessarily of my life is not my own. I want to sacrifice for the greater good. And so I would like our church to see Christians standing up. I like our society to see the church standing up and really using these values, this worldview that Jesus has given us, that the text has given us, that God has given us, to apply that to our political context right now.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Pamela, did you want to contribute?
Yeah, I would add to that that there's a requirement to come with a willingness to release some of the ideas and some of the things that you hold to be true. Misinformation and not understanding the context in which something happens colors our views in a lot of ways. And when you step forward, you need to be able to release a lot of that. There's some decomposition required in order to rebuild and to really learn and to understand. So just as Stacy said, there's oftentimes that you have to have conversations and dismiss some of the what you see as your privilege and reach out to understand, to get a better understanding of things that you just don't know about. So
thank you. Thanks, Pamela. That's great. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
So what I would add is I think there's this continuum where we need to go from being aware to being an ally to being an advocate. And so if you talk about new people who are just kind of like beginning to ask these questions, and I do this all the time with my white friends, there's a real ignorance. There's a real disbelief that there actually is racism in America. They don't see it, and they're good people. They just don't see it. They believe in meritocracy and individualism. And if you work hard and you really persevere, you will succeed. And there's a lot of truth in that, but there is obviously, well, I say obviously, but there are systems that are not helpful, that harm and hurt people of color, that they don't have the same ability necessarily to achieve what a white person is because of the systems that are there. So to your question, what should happen? I think it's about learning and reading and hearing from other voices besides what you have been hearing. Whether it's Michelle Alexander in The New Jim Crow, that'd be a great book. Jamar Tisby, The Complicity, talking about the color of compromise and how racism has been in the church here in America from the very beginning. And if you haven't read it, it's stunning and amazing and true. And so I think for many people, it's just getting that first step to recognize when our friends of color say there's racism, we need to get enough facts so we know they're not crazy. There is racism, but we need to study and get through that awareness phase to actually begin to engage in helping to stop it, to become anti-racist.
Thank you, Tom. That's great. We have a couple of other questions coming in, and I just wanted I think we have time for a few more. So one is the question of how do we see the modern white evangelical church continuing to participate in systemic racism? And then what specifically would we be repenting for as that church? What is that call? And then the other question is since the Civil Rights Act and Fair Housing Act and others that have restored the legal rights of Black Americans, what systemic racism remains that needs to be legislatively overcome? So those are two questions that have come in, and we can probably address a few of those if you would like. I think just a quick note is, Tom, what you've already said is that there are some books and resources that are out there that follow this through. So at Spark, we didn't just all of a sudden, start to try to convince our congregation to take justice actions seriously, we studied. We read The New Jim Crow together by Michelle Alexander. We did racial reconciliation, racial justice conversations that were hard and where people had to make mistakes and people had to forgive and apologize and all of the things in between. There's been so much hard work that got us to places of these conversations, having Jamar Tisby come, Austin Channing Brown come, all of those points. I would just say there's a temptation for, at least I found within the Caucasian and white community, to either deny that it is happening or only believe that it is happening if it's happened to a Black person that we know, right? Like, so it's only if it's close to me somehow that then it is legitimized. And I hope that we are able to move to a place where, as Pastor Kevin said, like sort of a holy curiosity and a willingness to step into empathy and compassionate listening and really try to understand what has been happening, whether or not it's happening to somebody that we know, right? For those of us who've had the experience and privilege and joy of being part of a more diverse community, we've been able to see systemic racism, microaggressions, macroaggressions up close and personal to the people we love, to the people we're married to the people that are our children. But it shouldn't take that for Christians, brothers and sisters, to believe that it is happening. We shouldn't have to witness it personally. We can believe what our brothers and sisters are saying. And to that end, then, as George Floyd cries out, as Breonna Taylor cries out, as so many have cried out that we have seen their lives taken, this is something that we have witnessed, and we don't need to call it into question as to whether or not it's happening, or whether or not, if you're looking for an example of systemic racism, then there it is, right? That is still something that needs to be addressed. Or as we talk about the Voting Rights Act and everything else, that we're seeing systemic oppression of Black and brown members of our society and marginalization of their votes and everything else in 1,000 other ways. But if somebody else wants to chime in here of the ways that we might be able to start to, like maybe we just take on the church one. What is something that the church has done that needs repenting of?
There's been so much happening in our world, and there's so many churches that I have gone to that have said nothing. They've been silent as people of color have died. And so in terms of my hope and prayer is that these churches say something, they step up and not be complicit in the problem. So are they doing anything? No, that's the problem. They're not speaking up and helping to recognize the problem.
I would add to that, Tom, that understanding that this is a long-term thing. This is not a quick fix. It's not something that you can add to your FY20 or FY21 plan and check a box. It's something that you have to stand up and commit to and make a part of who you are, and be in it and involved in it for the long term. It has to be ingrained in part of the nature of your church.
One thing I would like to add is it's interesting that we bring up that particular legislation passing of 19 Civil Rights 1964 Act, because I would argue that who's benefited greatly from it. I think that I find it interesting that the challenges to things like affirmative action, or the challenges to those laws, begin to happen right after the first recipients begin to establish some type of base. And then you have these attacks, but you have these attacks for people who are just now getting their footing, whereas other groups, like there are other groups of Americans who came in shortly after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, who really hit the ground running, who could choose where they got to live, who weren't like systematically held down from things like redlining. And then you could look at you could move to areas and then look at the outside area and go, oh, what's wrong with them? Why don't they just get up and move? And not understanding the systems. That's systematic. Like, I don't think people understand. Folks don't choose to live in rough neighborhoods. Like 9 times out of 10, they want to get out, but they don't choose that. I also would say, on a very basic level, just ask yourself like a real kind of common sensey question. if enough Black people, and I can only speak from the Black context, of a certain age, say, hey, when I was 11, 12, or 13, I was walking down the street or I experienced police brutality. And they're Christians and they're trying to move it. At least ask yourself that question, like, why would they say that, and what's their visceral reaction? And on another note, just on a practical matter, when's the last time you saw Black people in America on the wrong side of history? Just on a practical note, just on some real, slavery, civil rights, just the wage gap, just when was the last time you saw Black people? We was real wrong about that. Just on some basic stuff. And this is coming from churches that have church communities that typically actually have a lot of the main kind of conservative values that they actually may be pro-life. Actually, many are conservative when it comes to traditional stances of marriage, and yet there's a flexibility to engage in the humanity of your brother and sister. So if you have people who can kind of agree with you on some of the basic moral points, and you stop at, hey, you don't want to be beat up by the police, you don't want to be dehumanized, like even within the context of American evangelicalism, like let's think about it. Black people really just started getting access to mainstream evangelical seminaries like 40, 50 years ago. The Christian high school movement, like that didn't start because Christians in 1945 or 1930 were like, hey, let's start a Christian education. Brown versus Board of Education was passed and Christian private schools took off. Think about that. I mean, just let's check our history for a minute. Like Brown versus Board of Education. Hey, let's have Black people go to their neighborhood schools and integrate. Oh, we want Christian private schools now? What? So examine your history if when we say that and we look at how these systems have been set in place, unfortunately by church, by our culture.
Thank you, Pastor Marcus. That's great. Go ahead, Stacy.
Yeah, I would like to encourage any people in the white evangelical tradition who are not sure whether systemic racism exists or if the church plays any role in it to follow the greatest command, which is to love God and love your neighbor. And then if you say, well, all my neighbors are white, that proves the point. Why are all of your neighbors white? Because of systemic racism. If you live in a white suburb, that's because of systemic racism. If your life is not proximate to people of color, to Black people, to people who are lower income than you or poor even, or refugees or asylum seekers or recent immigrants, it's because of systemic racism and structural economic inequality that you are not living life with the full breadth of the people who actually live in this country. And so I would encourage you to examine some of your life decisions and the way that privilege has allowed you to build this life for yourself where you're very separated from people, so that when you love your neighbor, you're loving people who look and believe very similarly to you.
Thank you. I think there's one question, and it's directed to Stacy, I think because of your beautiful job, but I think it's for everyone too. How do we help the next generation, right, and Gen X and beyond, who are losing interest in church with a little c even, because of their passions for justice in particular are not found and supported by the church overall? Like, how do we try to continue to help that generation coming in? And I think then I'm going to dovetail that with another question I have for all of you, which is that I would like to ask you, all of you, we've all been participating for some time, not just only the last 10, 11 weeks, but for several years in various protests for social justice or change or issues of oppression, whether it was refugees or DACA recipients or the Muslim travel ban and children at the border and Black Lives Matter. When we have participated in those protests, you as individuals or us as Spark, as a corporation, as the church, what happens for you spiritually when you protest? or when you see your Christian brothers and sisters protesting alongside of you? How does that impact you as an individual? And then, and I would argue, at least in part, I think that's one of the things that that has helped spark shine a light in our community and helped find people who are also passionate about justice and about the things that are of God's heart. They've found us because they've seen us out there over and over and over again every weekend at that corner. So that's been one of the ways I think that we've attracted people who are like-minded and trying to pursue God's heart for justice. But so the question is, like, how do you find ourselves attracting and connecting with the generation to come when they don't see justice on display in the church? And then what happens for you spiritually when you protest or when you see your brothers and sisters protesting alongside you?
So first, for the first question about reinvigorating younger people's interest in the church, religion, all of those things, the trite answer is just live out your values, and they'll be curious about why you do something. My students know that every Sunday this summer, I've stood out on El Camino with people from my church and some of my coworkers who are very much not Christian, but who were interested. And they know that that's just something that I do every Sunday. And they go, your church does that? And they ask a lot of questions. I would recommend doing a justice study, just going through the Bible, reading all those verses on Marcus's dad's shirt and figuring out, what does this mean for us today? And also a little plug that on social media, there are some extremely brilliant and engaging Black Christians who are all over the place, making classes, tweeting out prayers. That has honestly been like my morning devotional sometimes, is looking up some of these prayers and meditations that Black Christians have been posting that really speak to this intersection of racial justice and gospel justice.
And I'd just like to add, your point there is that sometimes, I think part of what I've heard you say is that sometimes we perceive the monolith of the church as to not having been very involved in justice, when historically, this is why I spent so much time in the talk, historically, we have ancestors who've been fighting for justice, for abolition of slavery, for equal rights for women, for all of that, for 3,000 years. It's part of our biblical text, and it's part of our continuation as we've studied through. So sometimes we perceive that there is silence in the church because we're not listening to other voices than our own, right? But when we start to center Black leaders, persons of color within the church, and whether it's through, Twitter or Facebook or social media, or through the books that Spark has studied, definitely shout out to go on Spark's Gospel Justice page and go to the racial justice hashtag, and you will see all of Pastor Kevin's notes on the books made available for everybody and all of those studies. So I think sometimes it's simply that we've not looked for it, but it is there, and it's part of our faith tradition. It's not a new thing. It's not a progressive moment. I think oftentimes of our brothers and sisters of 200 years ago who were fighting this good fight, saying what still sounds radical today, and thinking, how have they not gained more progress in 200 years? We still have so much more to go, particularly within the church. So somebody else want to jump in with the question from previous?
One of the ways I would just like to answer that question, along with Stacy, is that I think that young people also like this authenticity. I can say that, they genuinely, they know when you're kind of like about it. And recently as a job I started at a school as a mental health counseling role, the staff it's really weird being the older person on staff at 40. You're like 41, 42. You're like, wait, how did this occur? But watching, there are younger, like people who are just 10 years younger or 12 years younger that are fired up, and they're hungry. So for them, when they, I don't know, I've told them, oh yeah, my church, we on El Camino every weekend, and maybe there were some kids that when I was youth pastoring they're around that same age, were those kids. So they're like, oh wait, churches do this. So I think actually inviting them into the process, because in my observation, I think that this narrative of Jesus only caring about, or the evangelical, the loud voice, because I can't say it's all the evangelical church, this loud voice only stopping at abortion and like sexual expression. Well, to me, it's a limited gospel, because then it shuts it down. So I think that don't be afraid to holler at them about it, because I think that they are more open than you think, but they also need that, that realness, which is, hey, I care about this, or just be like, I don't know how to engage with this. So like learn from younger people as well, in my observation. And I was gonna say, and just to follow up to answer that question, protesting with Spark is really, as far as it's transformative, because you really do, you're out there, and I had a really unfortunate incident last week where it was racism, like to the worst kind. I was like, oh, like we're experiencing this, but it's interesting to be able to draw on, like, oh, this is something that like Jesus like really experiences. Is blessed are you, like when you're persecuted on behalf of me and we're pursuing righteousness. So there are times when the teaching comes alive, and so that's really unique in that sense. So I definitely feel connected, because we are also connected with a synagogue, and again that reconciliation, that value, and we're pursuing it together. So I definitely feel Jesus in that, in those moments.
So I would add to that, definitely, we just need to stay engaged. Jesus didn't hang out in the synagogue. I mean, or not the synagogue. He didn't. He was out and about talking to people and listening to people. So the important part is the engagement, because we are the church. And if we can connect to the younger generation and give a voice to what we're thinking, but also, as Marcus is saying, listen to what the challenges, the ideas, the influences are of the next generation. It's all about building relationships. People come to a church because there's an established relationship or an established value. So keeping that channel open and being involved in some way. And as far as the protest is concerned, the protest is a way of having your voice be heard, whether it's standing on the corner in silent protest, or it's being a part of a march, or it's making statements on social media, or it's being involved in some kind of training. We have to find ways of making sure that our voices are heard through all channels. So for me, just seeing the participation and the solidarity of all of the Sparkers that are out there week after week, and for those Sparkers who are not there but that are participating in other forms and other methods of support. And whether it's being a part of a book club, hosting a book club in your home and connecting to people that way, or being out there on the corner Sunday after Sunday, all of it counts. All of it counts. We have to all find a way that we can engage and impact in our sphere of influence, and sometimes stepping outside of those spheres to stand up and be heard.
Thank you.
So I would add that, yes, an affirmation to everything that everybody said. Just like people make divisions and walls of separation between groups and ethnic peoples, the very walls of separation that the church has been called to tear down, so too do we make those same walls between generations. And just as much as we suffer from racism, we also suffer from generational chauvinism. All the old people don't know what they're talking about because I'm new and innovative, and all the young people are just too stupid or young or immature. And that is also another bias and prejudice that I believe that the movement of Jesus calls us to really take to task in a serious way. So my daughter's telling me not to say stupid, so I do apologize for that. So in direct answer to the question or response to the question, how do you get youth to engage, I think part of it again is to take a look at our own biases and our own prejudices against youth. I think especially within the church, when we have a very strong pedagogical philosophy that once I now have come to know really good theology, it's my job to teach that theology to the younger generation, when in reality, the dynamics of understanding theology actually come from a dual dialectic listening of what God is doing in this generation. Just like God was doing something in my generation and the older people, I was trying to encourage them to, hey, come on, let's get along with what God is doing here. Now that I'm older, I should not repeat that same cycle and to recognize that the younger people also do have the Spirit of God within them. And not any in less measure because they are younger. And so I would also, in addition to everything that everyone else has said, add to that a perspective shift for how we deal with generations, very similar to how we deal with the divisions in racial and ethnic boundaries.
What I would add is that I have such great hope for the young generation. I know the older generation, and I know how our minds are pretty fixed and we don't want to change. And when I see what young people do and what they care about and how they are energized to make change, it excites me. It really does. And as Kevin was saying, everybody's made in the image of God. Right now, we're in a period of this pandemic, and we really can't do church inside a building. So when we go to things like protests and we're wearing our masks, in many respects, we're doing church together, which is really exciting because we're doing God's work. We're bringing good news to the poor. We're bringing good news to the oppressed. I think that is attractive to young people. And maybe for those of us who's older, and I'll include myself in that category, maybe we need to change our styles a little bit because the younger people are already doing church and maybe we just need to join them and help them learn more. Just a thought.
Yeah, I would capitalize on that. What you were saying and what Stacy's original response was, when you live this way, I don't think we've understood the word discipleship in the appropriate way. We think of discipleship as a class that you take, or we think of discipleship as an activity that, okay, now I'm discipling. But Stacy and Tom, you're saying the same thing. I've nailed it. Discipleship isn't any of those things. Discipleship is how you live in relationship with other people. That's, and as pithy and as trite, as cliche as it is, not trite, but pithy and cliche, it is caught more than it is taught. As you live and as you behave. And what we're doing, what I love about the protests that I see you guys doing, is that there are all the children out there as well. This is normal. This is what we do. This is what it means to be a follower of Jesus. You don't have to teach that to them. Just you live that way and they absorb it and understand it.
I think, the beginning of the Isaiah verse that we talked about, that I talked about at the very beginning of all of this, it's that justice is worship. Right? When you articulate and live out a pursuit of justice, you are demonstrating your worship for God. And God is not interested in our prayers or our songs or offerings until we have lived out justice as worship. And Abraham Joshua Heschel talked about when he marched with Martin Luther King Jr., that he prayed with his feet. Right. So when we're out there every Sunday protesting, or at a variety of the other protests that we've been part of, we've asked the question often, because some of us are new to this type of social justice and action. Some of us have never done anything like this before. And this is the very first time and the very first church community that we've ever been part of that has sort of said, hey, we're all going to go stand on the corner and hold up some signs and try to be a witness. And the question has been, well, what changed? After we did all of that, what changed? I keep saying, we changed, right? Like our interior spiritual life changed. We showed God that we care about our neighbor. We showed our neighbors that we care about our neighbors. We show the people driving by, and I try to look as clergy and pastorally and as white privileged as possible while standing on the corner, because I want everyone to see it's accessible. But leadership in the church is, we care about these things. People who claim to follow Jesus, who claim to love God, love our neighbor, and love our enemy in that discipleship following, we are going to do this for ourselves and for our neighbor. And I think so much of how, if if I were a refugee from Syria, if I had children caged at the border, if I have, as I do, if I'm a mother with children of color and black daughters and a Asian American husband, if I'm in those situations, I want to know that the brothers and sisters in Christ care, that they care about me and they care about my family. So when we stand on the corner together, we're trying to put that justice and love on display. We're respectful, we're kind, we're following in the footsteps of the last several thousand years, but particularly the last 300 years of our country of trying to stand up for these things. And I'm hopeful that, yes, as the children are there with us, that they're watching, that this is what not just what justice looks like. It's what discipleship looks like. It's what Christianity looks like. It's that love looks like this when we stand with one another and we listen to one another, and we can go to bed at night knowing that we're the kind of people who are going to stand with our brothers and sisters as they suffer and cry out with them for justice and pursue justice in all of the very important systemic ways that are not only performative, right? But that is one of the ways in which we are trying to demonstrate our worship with our whole self. But that's not where it begins or ends. It's just one of the many things that we're doing as individuals and as a church. I think the other thing that has happened for us, we've been really grateful for, is that there have been people who have felt disenfranchised by the church, not included, either persons of color or just persons of conviction. And they are looking for a faith community, a Jesus-centered, inspiring people in the way of Jesus community where they can express themselves in this way. So to see us do that lets them know that we're here and we've found one another, and that's been a good gift. Not everybody loves it. That's okay too. We feel called to do this for right now.
Could I just note, as far as speaking to younger people, that, shortly after George Floyd's death, it was kind of like a national movement. Everyone, kind of like it was huge. It captured the nation's attention. So I think what speaks to like the church still saying we're going to do this after there's been like it's after it's popular, because I think there's clearly on a national level, some of the movement has not so much as it's died down, but some of the crowd has died down. That the fact that there is a church still carrying the banner 10, 12 weeks after it was popular, that they're still doing it and doing it in community, speaks a lot. And that resonates deeply, because that means that the fight becomes beyond just this enraged moment, but it's really just a long enduring ethic, as has already been stated, of who we are and who the church is. So just that it's very powerful that a church is still able to be like, hey, long after everybody else put their signs down, we still got ours up, because this is just who we are.
Amen. Thanks, Pastor Marcus. I'm going to turn it over to John. He's going to lead us in a close here. And thank you all so much for being here with us, and to all still listening on and pursuing justice. Thank you for being part of the conversation and wrestling with all the texts and the subject with us. We're grateful.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I think we were sharing over Facebook and YouTube Live that really felt that this type of engagement is incredibly necessary. And so to hear that the conversation will continue is something that I know that I'm a fan of. I know a lot of other people will want to look into resources that you've mentioned today, will want to look into Spark and how they can participate alongside you, especially knowing that a lot of things are still shelter in place and online. And so, but there's also a lot of people in this area that might have a fresh ignited fire for gospel justice through this session. And so I would love to turn it over to you and ask everybody if there was a call to action, an immediate call to action that was something that you wanted people to do to participate with you all, some adventure to invite them on, some opportunity to come alongside. What would that be? in short? Maybe we can go around. Everybody can just say, one thing. You've all mentioned a lot of things, great resources to check out, great steps to do. But if there's a final closing thought that you all would like to share.
So thank you, John, for that question. I'm going to go back to something Tom mentioned that I think is really critical at this juncture. When white people or people of privilege learn about this and want to do something, that can actually be quite dangerous. Because what happens is, depending upon how far along the journey you've been, there is so much work that needs to be done. For example, we didn't even go into what privilege is, what fragility is, what white supremacy is, right? There's so much. And what Tom mentioned was awareness, and then activism. Allies, right. So awareness, allies, and then activism and advocacy. And what we have found and what I have sensed is that white people or people who are in positions of privilege within a society want to immediately jump to advocacy. Why? Because they are comfortable and are familiar with being in positions of power to be able to do something. And so what may actually be the most important thing is to not do anything and to submit yourself under the leadership and the education of people of color, of Black voices, and to do that for a couple years before you, and that doesn't mean I shouldn't say you do nothing, but the primary avenue for people who have been in positions of privilege and power is to humble yourself. Blessed are those who are meek, right? And God opposes the proud but gives grace to the humble. And so to humble yourself. So for me, the avenue is always reading and watching YouTube books, and then sitting down and having coffee and learning from somebody, those kinds of areas. It is only from that particular position can your advocacy then actually become effective. Because if you don't do the hard work of those first steps, it can be really challenging. We didn't even talk about being uncomfortable. Like Melody Hobson has an amazing TED Talk on needing to get comfortable being uncomfortable. And that's something that a lot of people in positions of privilege are not used to. And it's really difficult to learn how to be on the uncomfortable side where you've made a lot of mistakes, where you don't know everything, where you have to learn from somebody else. That can be really, really hard for some folks. So my opening salvo and contribution to your wonderful question is, think very carefully. Are you actually in a position of being able to do something, or maybe you just need to learn? Have you actually read Stamped from the Beginning, or Divided by Faith, or Color Compromise, or I'm Still Here? That's like 101, step 101, just pick up a bunch of books to read. Stacy's phenomenal at curating all these voices on social media, because I'm not on social media, I don't know anything about that, but Stacy can help you with that, right? And then get connected and just slowly start to learn. So I'm belaboring the point, but I think there.
To hammer home what Kevin's saying is that also it is a spiritual journey. So the biggest thing that I think people make the mistake of is that, like, you want to jump to point D, but don't want to go through steps B, C, and we're talking about a spiritual journey. Understand that even amongst those of us in the Black community who've had to live with this for a long time, like sometimes we're at like, depending on where you are, we're again stated master's level, where you still might be in first grade, and give yourself patience. And get upset, get angry, go through the guilt, because we're talking levels, not, not progression. Like you go through the process. And if you go through the process, you will be perfectly fine, and you will see, man, you will be able to identify with Jesus. I find an irony in that I think that Black descendants of slaves have always been able to connect with Jesus. We've always been able to connect with the story of people living underneath Roman oppression, facing injustice, and then yet to move to move through that with grace and humility, to forgive and love. Jesus is always connected with us, but like Frederick Douglass and many of the abolitionists pointed out, Jesus, like we've always seen this kind of disconnect between this religion or Jesus you've taught to us versus the one we actually connect with as a community and individually. So just allow yourself to spiritually grow.
I would add, find a community, hopefully a Christian community, where you can go through the very personal and collective journey of understanding your own racial identity and understanding how other people's racial identities have impacted them. Actually, all of us here on this call were part of a group that met for weeks. It was actually between two books. So we didn't have material to read. We were the material. And we shared so openly and so vulnerably. It was the most intense Christian small group I've ever been part of. But now when we are standing out there on El Camino, I know Marcus sees me and Pamela sees me, and they know what I'm about. They know what I've confessed to in my life. They know the ways that I'm trying to relinquish power. They know the ways that I understand my own biracial identity. And so when I'm holding a sign that says Black Lives Matter and I see my Black Christian brother and sister, they know that I have done the work. I'm not just paying lip service to it. So I encourage you to have really honest, vulnerable conversations in the way that Christians are often trained to do about, personal sin and all these other things that racism is sinful too. And we can confess the blunders we've made or the ignorance that we've had for years in really holy ways. And another thing I would just encourage people that justice movements can always use your money, even if you're still learning. So research ways that you can support people who are really doing the work that you may not feel ready to do yet, because money means something in our world right now.
And I would add, if you're going to a church and the sermons are talking about racism and white supremacy and how horrific that is, you're in a good church. If you're in a church where they're not talking about it ever, you may want to talk to that pastor, because it's important. It's the context of today, and we live here today as Christians, and we need to be able to speak into it.
Pamela, I wanted to give you the opportunity to contribute any next steps that you might recommend for people starting the journey, if you'd like.
I would just say keep pushing on what you know, what you think you know. Keep open to the discovery process and connecting with others around you. Make yourself an advocate and befriend people around you. I think this is a community thing, and it's a lasting thing. So as Stacy said, part of the work is standing up and doing the work and being available, doing the reading, being out there and participating. That shows that you're in it, that you've taken this to heart. It's living out the way of Jesus, right? It's putting your feet where your mouth is and doing the work, just continuing to move forward. So, and I'm super encouraged by this conversation and all the people that are a part of it, because it gives hope. It gives hope in places where you would tend to give up hope and frustrations and all of that. So continue to push.
Thank you, Pamela. I really appreciate that. I want to thank all of you, and thank you, John, and the entire Passion Talk team for your hospitality and your invitation for us to come and share a little bit about what we've been up to. I want to note that as Stacy was sharing, we had been all part of a racial reconciliation group for a long time, and I just want to say, like, as one of the white pastors in the room, I was not the leader of that group. And it was important that I was not the leader of that group, nor was Pastor Kevin the leader of the group. The group met in our home, but we did not lead the group. And so if you are Caucasian and you are the pastor and the leader of your church, I want to encourage you to center voices other than yourself and to try to find places. And that's not to say go start to enlist any person of color in your community and force them to lead it. But the way that you can center other people is there are, as Stacey has mentioned, lots of authors, and this is what they do for a living. You can hire them, you can pay them a good fee. They can come in and lead their book club for you, their group for you, or it's already available for you online. And so you can center other voices without having to either go broke if you don't have those financial resources. There's ways to do it just free online. Dr. Kendi's constantly leading book clubs, within the communities and all around the US. And I think you can find those other resources, but also start to just sit back and listen and spend a long time listening. As Pastor Kevin said, there can be a lot of damage if the first thing we do is jump on in and flex all of our pastoral leadership muscles that we're accustomed to flexing. We need to sit and wait and listen. Pastor Marcus, thank you for reminding us that this is a spiritual journey. Racism is a sin. The Bible calls it out. The Bible tries to give us systemic responses to it, right? We need to confess of that sin and then try to do that work where we have places that we need to do the work ourselves, and then places where we've contributed or benefited from those systems of privilege, and then try to start to do the hard work of seeing justice come in those places. So for all of that, I want to thank you guys for being partners for the gospel, for the good news of Jesus Christ in our church and in our community at large. Thank you for continuing to teach me, lead me, and help all of us grow at Spark. And thank you again, John, for your time in the platform this afternoon. And God bless everyone who's listening as we pursue the way of Jesus.
Amen. And thank you, Pastor Danielle. It's a true just gift to have you with us. And just want to say a big thanks to Nicole Dickens on our program committee. She's a great mentor and friend to me and to other people. I am thrilled to announce that tomorrow she'll be helping to lead the 4 African-American or Black forward women that are part of a women's group. And we're going to be discussing economic justice. So from their perspective, how to specifically target areas of financial returns that can go to help communities thrive effectively and to raise up leadership. And so if today you're listening in as part of our audience and you appreciate this gospel justice conversation, we're going to do another round tomorrow. So be sure to check out our agenda to check that out. And thank you for everybody that's tuned in since the beginning, since 10 a.m. today when we launched. This is the first day of Passion Talks 2020, Vocation and Virtue. And we're just grateful that you all were a panel for us today. God bless you wherever you're at. And we hope to see you tomorrow or sometime on the stage with us again in the future. Once you're a speaker with us, you're always welcome back. And so we look forward to continuing the conversation online and in person. Okay?